Yeah, buddy. Just finishing setting stuff up here. Otis the trucker. What's going on, buddy? Wow, 9 people in here already. Yeah, buddy. Well, while you guys are in here, we're waiting for everybody else. If you can, hit that like button for me. We're going to get this one pushed out. Tonight's going to be an interesting night. We have a lot to discuss. So be prepared. John Garcia, what's going on, buddy? Albert, how you doing? JJ Hampton, word. Hatch Trucking, what's going on, buddy? Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Did you guys read the title? Shit's about to get real. Coming back to OTR? It's possible. The communication is in place. I haven't made a 100% indefinite decision, but there is some communication going on between myself and Crete. So we're thinking. You know, people could be very persuasive. Yeah, buddy. 13 people, up to 15. Let's hit that like button, guys. We want to get this video pushed out. Yeah, buddy. You get new ink? No, not yet. Oh my god. I should do that before if I go. I should do that before I go. I want new ink. I got one up here I need to have covered. That's the Fighting Irish. I got to have him covered up. I mean, what I wanted to do was he's the guy that was going to do it. He was going to put a skull here, and then out of the skull's eyes was going to come the thing here, and then have this wrap up all the way up into the skull. I got a lot of work I got to get done. No farming today? Not yet, but I just woke up from a 4-hour nap, 3-hour nap, so we might go farming tonight, though. The only thing, see, what I did is I tried one night, I tried going live on Facebook. It didn't do too well. And then yesterday I went live on a YouTube channel, and that didn't do too well. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to continue that whole gaming thing. We'll see. I mean, if I end up going out on the road, then probably I might have like a gaming channel. But because I just got it. I haven't even hooked it up yet. I've been wanting this thing for freaking ever. I finally get it. I got it out of the box, and now it's just sitting here. The Elgato capture card for the PS4. And yeah, we'll see. But if I go out on the road, I'll have it hooked up in the truck. And but see, the thing is, my laptop is horrible, so I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. We'll see. I may be trading this beast of a freaking computer for a gaming laptop. If I can do that, then we're gonna have a lot of fun out there. Hey, what's the app or website you use for weather and traffic? Kirby. Bear with me a minute. If you're talking about the one here on the computer, the weather I use, theweatherchannel.com. That's the one that, I find them to be the most accurate. And their radar setup is amazing. Hold on a minute. What the hell? Camera. Yeah. So this is the one. It's not an app. This is just the website. If you're talking about the app that I use out on the road, the weather I use, same thing, the Weather Channel. I get all my radar information from them. I know I could read this radar like the back of my hand. I mean, this is. I've been studying. I studied a lot of weather and stuff in my past because I'm a big weather freak, especially when it comes to like tornadoes. That's on my bucket list. I'm dying to see a tornado. I want to be at least 2 miles away from at least an F3 tornado. That's on my bucket list. And all the years that I've been out on the road, I still haven't seen them. And then, I trained a guy from CR England, my buddy Jeremy. Him and I became real good friends and whatnot. This son of a bitch tells me all the time, "Oh, I just passed a tornado. It just passed in front." I'm gonna kick his ass. But yeah, Weather Channel for the app. As far as traffic, on here. Oh no. Traffic I use like live camera. It's called trafficview.org. Or out on the road, I don't use traffic app. I turn my CB radio on because I mean your best thing for traffic is your CB radio. Otis, I went back regional. Nice. That'll get you home a little more often than OTR. Philip, FS19 is awesome. Can't wait for 21 to come out. Yeah, FS19 is. I freaking love that game, man. I'm hooked. I don't know what it is. Good evening, Ralph. I'll see you go back home and get sick. I know, dude. That freaking cold or whatever the hell's going around, that flu, that kicked my ass. Now, I'm not one that typically gets sick. I mean, I may get a little bit of a cold even out on the road, and it's not a big deal. I'm not one to take medicine. And the only medicine that I normally take is I'll take something for like a headache. That's it. I can't tell you the last time I took cold medicine. Anything. This one here kicked my ass. April came home with Dayquil and NyQuil. I didn't take any of the NyQuil. But that Dayquil, man, it works. I'll give it that. Now, April's sick. She's getting it now, so hopefully she takes the medicine sooner than I did. I ended up waiting a few days. But yeah, that freaking flu, man, that kicked my ass. It was like 4 or 5 days. It's crazy. Any weather report for Shelby, North Carolina for tomorrow? Well, probably rain. Let's see what we got. She says Shelby, North Carolina. Let's see. Shelby, North Carolina for tomorrow. Partly cloudy. High is 61. Enjoy the warm weather. Sunday will be nice and sunny. Perfect temperatures. 54 to 61. Uh. But there's your weather report for Shelby, North Carolina for tomorrow. But yeah, that if you guys end up with that cold and you're out on the road, I know they say you're not supposed to take, Dayquil or anything that has what they call alcohol in it. But this shit ain't no joke. It knocked me on my ass. And it takes an awful lot for that. Yeah, that shit ain't no joke. Let's see. JJ Hampton. They had an app like Caltrans for all the USA tells you if you need chains on pass and if rest areas are closed. Well, I know Trucker Path. I mean, I always used for finding out if the rest areas were open and closed. As far as chains, you know, I mean, I'm gonna go back to what I used to say when it comes to chaining. If you have to chain up, you fucked up before that. You fucked up long before you got to chain up. If the weather's bad, I used to tell my students, put chains on your tires to get you out of a situation, not to put yourself into one. So if the roads are that bad to where you got to put chains on the tires, you shouldn't be on the road anyways. No truck should be on the road if you got to put chains on the tires. That's my theory. Find an alternate route. Philip, damn, hope you feel better soon. I'm feeling much better than what I was. I mean, I'm not 100% by any means. I mean, hell, I even took a 3-hour nap today. It just drains you completely. I mean, dehydration. You're constantly tired. I mean, I slept good last night. Woke up, I was still tired. I mean, it beats the crap out of you. Let's see. Albert, I had that cold over Thanksgiving. Freaking kicked my ass. Worst cold I've ever had. Yeah, that was a rough one. Like I said, I mean, I very rarely get sick. Knock on wood somewhere. But that one there, I came home, caught it from somewhere, and it got me. John says he had that cold about a month ago, knocked him out for about 3 weeks. I ain't no way. That cold can't stay in me for 3 weeks. I got shit to do. Hatch, just coming down with the flu while I was at Trans Am orientation. Oh, why'd you go to Trans Am? Oh, I'm not one that's going to sit here and bash a company, but that company there, I will bash the shit out of. Anyways, yeah, I mean, definitely takes, as soon as you guys start, if you guys are starting to get sick or whatever, as soon as you guys get symptoms, start taking something. And like I said, I mean, I know, a lot of these companies, they frown upon you taking Dayquil or NyQuil or something like that. Listen, take it. I mean, we all know that what they don't know don't hurt. And, but with this stuff here, it's no joke. This cold is, I don't know. I didn't take anything else, so I don't know what else would work as far as truck drivers are concerned. As far as something that you can take for a cold that doesn't have alcohol in it. I mean, I don't even know much about medicines or anything like that, so I couldn't even tell you what to take that doesn't have alcohol in it. But start taking something early. The moment you start getting symptoms, start taking something. Let's see. Turf cutters. I'm on my 3rd week. Had the flu for a week before. Been a nightmare. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Big country. What's going on, buddy? Yep. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I need to go get some more water because it's empty. I'm going to be right back. You guys take this opportunity to go please do me a favor and hit that like button. And we're going to come back and we're going to get into this conversation. I'll be right back. Alright, so even better yet, it's kind of like Waterboy. Water sucks. Gatorade. Big contrary, thinking about going back to Crete. Well, here's the other thing that sparks up. I have an inhaler and I never really use it. I could typically get 6-8 months out of one of these. This cold's kicking my ass. As far as me thinking about going back to Crete, the communication is there. I spoke with Crete yesterday. They called me again this morning, and they were supposed to call me back. The safety department was supposed to call me back this afternoon because they need to set me up with some test work, drug tests, stuff like that. And they never called me back. So maybe tomorrow morning. But the communication is there. I am thinking about it, to be honest with you. And, we'll go from there. Yep, we are thinking about it. Yep. It's possible. That would be awesome. Yeah, well, we're going to get into details as to what the hell is going through Trucker Al's head because, I consider you guys friends, every one of you. I mean, I think about you guys constantly. I really do. And I just said to April, she asked me if I was going to go live. I said, yeah, I got to talk to my people. And, hey, Trucker Al, how goes it? Martin, it goes not too bad. Trying to get over this freaking flu shit. John, I'll be heading to Crete either in late February or late March. Why the delay? I gotta ask. John Garcia. When I was at CR England, you know how they have you team up with somebody after you get done training. You go get your road test, you go out with a trainer for however many weeks, and then you get off the truck. They put you in a truck with somebody with the same amount of experience, a teammate for up to 6 months. Granted, mine only lasted about 2 weeks. But the teammate that I had, his name was John Garcia. Gotta have 4 months with a company. Ah, gotcha. Yep, that is true. Yeah, I'll tell you what, John, I mean, being at Crete, it's totally different than being at any of these other companies. I mean, you'll be very, very happy over at Crete. In fact, I saw a video today. Now, see, the other thing is, if I know a lot of us are from CR England, and from other companies and whatnot, but for you products of CR England, you know how CR England makes you watch videos? You got to watch the monthly video. You got to take the little quiz at the end of it every single month. And then you got your meetings with your DMs now and all that freaking side bullshit. You don't have that here at Crete. Now, one of the owners of Crete, he does a YouTube video every month. And it's just a quick, maybe 5-6 minute video. And it's just him. And he starts off every single video thanking his drivers and his staff, his office staff, for everything that they do. It's not a video that has to be watched. Crete don't do that. You don't have, after you get out in the truck, there is no safety video. There is no meetings or, call in for a conference call on this and watch this video and winter update. You don't have any of that horse shit. So, Crete is very, very smooth. Why am I like this? I should have brought this back up a long time ago. So, yeah, then there's that. You'd be a lot happier at Crete. I loved it there, and like I said before, when I came off the road, in the event that I was to go back on the road, I wouldn't even consider any other company. There's, I don't even care if another company called me up right now and offered me more money than what I made at Crete. There's so many good things about Crete that I just love it. They're great people over there. But, well, this is what I was gonna check. They did a video earlier today, and I sent a message to the owner asking him if I can use his video in my channel here. And of course, I didn't get a response. But in a nutshell, he's talking about all these awards that Crete got, from all these different companies and stuff, drivers of the year, carrier of the year and stuff like that. They got all these awards for 2019, and it's amazing. It really is. Let's see. Hey, Al, just talked to CR England. It looks like I might be going on January 13th. Good job, Anthony. Hope it all works out for you. John, I was your student. Oh! Gotcha. Yeah, you're, yeah, I know. Loki. Yeah, I had a teammate, John Garcia. I don't know if I ever told you that when you guys were in training. Let's see. What did John say? Stayed on the road the whole time. Let me back this up a little bit. John, I'll be heading to Crete either February or late March. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got you. John, where did you end up going now? Wasn't it like Western Express or something like that? Martin, got my CDL permit today and the appointment with my doctor about that sleep study per your recommendation. Nice. Very, very good. Yeah, get as much done as you can while you're at home because it's going to be a lot less headaches out there on the road. Hey, Al, I just talked to Sierra England. Looks like I might be going on January 13th. Got that one. Big country. I start on January 20th with Schaefer in Pennsylvania. I graduated CDL school 2 weeks ago. Awesome. January 20th. Maybe I can, I might be out on the road by, oh yeah, if I go out on the road, I'll definitely be out by then. But, maybe I can, route myself up there by the 20th. Yeah, that's what I thought. You did go to Western Express. Billy Raines, what happened? Well, what had happened was I don't know, me and Crete started talking again. We'll see. Nothing's set in stone. We're talking. It's almost like, a relationship that broke up, but yet we're still talking and we may get back together. Trucker Will, what's good? See, now some of my people are getting in here. I'm trying to in England, Fontana, California. That's a nice facility that they got there in Fontana. I spent a lot of time at that facility in Fontana, California. It seemed like every time I ended up out there, I had to do a 34-hour reset. So I spent a lot of time out in that parking lot. Trucker Will, no England, go Prime. Yeah, can't say don't no England. I mean, we all did well at England. If he's set up to go to England, let him roll out. It'd be alright. Let him get his experience. Can't go Prime, have felonies. Well, Sierra England will definitely take that. Sierra England don't give a shit about felonies. What is Crete talking about? They're talking about putting Trucker Al back in the truck. I'm not ritzy enough. Yeah, we did real well at Sierra England. I mean, like I said, in my last video, we had this discussion. I think I was talking to somebody, Anthony. And hey, speaking of the devil, when we were talking to him, like I said, you can look at any company out there. It doesn't matter what company you pick. You can look at them. You're going to get good reviews. You're going to get bad reviews. The fact of the matter is you're going to develop your own routine as a driver. It's up to you whether or not you're going to be successful or, fail at any of these companies. I applied to Prime. They denied my application, so I'm just going to go for the experience. Noob, what's going on? Trucker Will. Anthony, Crete will work. Between you and Billy, I'm going to try and give it a go. Well, Martin, like I said, I mean, it's all on you, man. All depends on what kind of driver you want to be. Going out there. Billy Raines coming in with the $4.99. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. It worked! I'll be a son of a bitch. It worked! I did something right. Thanks, Billy. Appreciate it, buddy. Billy's always helping out. Did you watch the Will Trans call I sent you? Curious about how you felt about it. Yes, I did watch that video. As soon as I dropped the live stream, I went right to it and started watching it. My personal opinion, the guy that made the video, whatever his name was, he's got a lot of patience. He really does. Me personally, I would have ripped. I was sitting on the couch with April. We're sitting there watching this. And I'm telling her, I would have ripped that recruiter apart, limb from limb. I would have destroyed him. Oh my God. I just wish that I could get somebody on the phone like that that's going to talk to me like that, disrespect me like that. Because I've got a lot of pent up anger I would have released on him in a heartbeat. What changed to where you're wanting to go back to Crete, though? Well, we'll get into details in just a minute there, Billy Raines. All right, folks. Billy Raines is digging. So we're gonna uncover the box for Mr. Billy Raines. Billy, he can't handle me 24/7. Well, that's part of it. No, it's not. So, all right. Now we're gonna get down and dirty. We got 22 people watching. Facts, I was boiling up. Yeah. That, like I said, to be honest with you, I didn't even watch the whole video. I got maybe halfway through it. And I almost wanted to call that same company and see if I can get that same recruiter. I mean, I was getting pissed. I was getting severely pissed off at something that happened a long time ago and that I had no part of. And I'm just sitting there watching this happen, and it was getting my blood pressure up there. Yeah, you're getting tired of sleeping in your bed every night. No, that's definitely not it. Yeah, April can't handle me, so she's kicking me out. No. All right, so let's get down and dirty. If you guys remember me talking in one of the videos about Big Country coming in with $4.99, thank you, appreciate that very much. Man, you guys are helping me out big time. Appreciate you guys' support, I really do. Um, you guys remember me talking in one of the videos about how I was tired. I mean, I've been working 70-hour work weeks since I was 19, 20 years old. So we're going over 20 years now. And it got to the point where, me being out on the road, when I was here at home, driving tow truck, and I could have got back into that. I could make a phone call right now and be in a tow truck tomorrow if I wanted to. But that's not the industry that I wanted to be in. I did it for so long, and especially this time of the year. I mean, although this winter here it's like spring, but it just mentally it was taking a toll on me because I mean I got to thinking to myself, I don't ever do anything. I mean, I can't tell you the last vacation I went on. I don't go fishing anymore because I don't have time. Me and Will were just talking about this today, and he he was pushing for me to go on a vacation before I made this decision. But I don't have a personal life. I mean, when I come home, being working at Crete, you're out for 21 days or more, and you come home for 3 days. Like I said to Will, is when I come home, I'm catching up on sleep. Spending time with April, doing my laundry, doing my Walmart run, and then by the time all that's done, now I'm getting ready to go back out on the road. I gotta, get the truck cleaned out. I gotta, put everything away, put all my laundry away. I gotta, and all that. And then turn around and start over again. I turn around, I hit the road, and you go back out for 3 to 4 more weeks and come back home for your 3 day break. I don't have time to do anything. I can't just take a road trip. I don't even want to take a road trip. I don't want nothing to do with driving by the time I get back home. And the thing is, like, I get back home, April will come and pick me up from where I dropped the truck off, and then I got to turn around and jump on the driver's seat and drive back home. And I may have just driven 10, 11 hours. Red Monkey Trucking coming in with the $2. Thank you. Appreciate it. I like that alert. That's pretty neat. So, now I've been home for almost 2 weeks. In fact, I think, yeah, almost 2 weeks. And I got to thinking about it the other day. And it's like, what have I done since I've been home? I mean, I set up my desk, computers. That is about it. I haven't done anything since I've been home. I've definitely caught up on sleep because the flu kicked my ass. I mean, I'm still, I don't know if you want to call it playing catching up, but I mean, I'm finding this flu's just beat the shit out of me. I mean, I'm just constantly tired all the time, which is why I haven't done any of the morning shows because, I'm up, till 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and I go to bed. I don't even crawl out of bed till 9, 10 o'clock. And then by the time I'm awake to do anything, having coffee and stuff like that, by the time I'm actually awake to get up and do something, I'm already exhausted. This flu just kicked my ass. And, then I turn around, lay back down on the couch. I mean, just like today. I mean, I just slammed a 3.5 hour nap. And then I got up, and like as soon as I got up, the first thing I did was turn the computer on. It's like I gotta get on. I gotta talk to you guys. I gotta inform you guys as to what's going on and get your guys' opinion on stuff and whatnot. But I mean, I can't. Did I just read that right? Last time I went fishing, I caught a 50-pound buzz. See, that's what I wanted to do. You know, take a 12 pack or something, and I mean, we have a canal right here. I mean, I could walk to it. Even me, my big ass, can walk to this place. But I mean, there's a perfect fishing spot down there. Nice little clearing. Set up a chair, some drinks, throw the pole in the water. It's nice and quiet. Every once in a while, you'll get the train that blows behind you. But that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to just relax because I've never had that. I've worked since I was 13 years old, and we had this conversation before. I mean, I could sit here and go through my whole life history as far as my work is concerned, but to me, it got to the point to where that's what I felt like I was doing. That's all I do is work, and I was getting tired, and there came a point where now you guys know how I honestly feel about trucking. It's in my blood. I mean, I've always wanted to do it, and Labatt's Blue, yeah, buddy, my favorite. It's the only beer I'll drink. So it's not a financial thing. No, it's not. It's really not a financial thing. I mean, April and I, we have things set up here to where, I could simply stay home and do this. I mean, I can, fart around on YouTube and play video games and relax. And once the weather breaks, I can go fishing. It's not a financial thing at all. It's more what I want to do with my life. And so I think what ended up happening this round here is, like I said before, is I've worked nonstop since I was 13 years old. So me sitting home right now, not doing anything, coming on YouTube, talking to you guys and stuff like that, I don't look at this as work. This is something that I enjoy doing. This is like a hobby for me. I absolutely love doing this. I love going live. I love making videos, editing videos. I mean, I love it. It's like a hobby for me. Now, are you bored? No, I'm not bored. I got all kinds of stuff. Go to DR. So, to me, it was right now. It's to the point where, yes, I've worked my entire life since I was 13 years old. Now that I'm not working, mentally, it's playing with me. It's like you need to do something. I've always worked. To me, it's like almost like my body's telling me, why are you doing nothing? Why are you sitting home? It's you're not contributing to anything. You're not, to me, I almost feel worthless. I feel useless, with me not working. And, see, John, that's what I mean right there. And that's almost like what I feel like. You know how, like, people will retire? They've worked their whole life and then they decide, you know what? I'm done working. I'm going to retire. They go home for a little bit and they realize it's not for them. They've worked their whole life. That's what they're used to. That's what their mindset is, getting up, going to work, and getting your paycheck every single week and whatnot. And then all of a sudden that comes to an abrupt halt. John, like he just said, his dad retired, damn near went crazy, went out and got 2 new jobs. That's why retired people go get jobs, because they're bored and their whole life revolved around work, and now they sit home and there's nothing to do. So let's see. I got tired of being on vacation real quick. I was more tired from sitting. And you know what, Red Monkeys, I watched your video last night. And, you know how, like, you were saying how you were on vacation, but you couldn't wait to get back out on the road? It's almost like you couldn't wait to get back to work. That's kind of like what I'm feeling. It's almost like that this was like a little bit of a vacation for me. I got to relax. Granted, I got sicker than hell, but I got to sleep. I got to relax. I'm not thinking about work. And see, that's the other thing. As a truck driver, even though you go home for 3 days, that's always in the back of your mind. Your truck, what needs to get done, what your next load's going to be, how long you're going to be out. Even though you're at home, this stuff is running through your head constantly. And, you got to make sure that you're back at the truck on time to receive your load assignment, to make sure you start up early enough. That stuff is constantly in your head, even though you're at home. And I think I just needed a break. I mean, in a nutshell, I think that's what it is. And the thing that I've noticed, and don't get me wrong, I mean, you guys could sit here and comment till you're blue in the face, and I know, Billy, you're probably dying to fucking say it, but here, I'll say it for you. Yeah, I do make a lot of changes in my life, and some are good, some are bad, but at least I have a reason behind it. I'm not doing it off of a whim. Um, I mean, yeah, I do kind of make changes in my life, and I'm not one for change, to be honest with you. I can't stand change. Personally, I've once, and the thing is, like, I mean, even as comfortable as I was there at Crete, it got to the point where I think I had this conversation with Trucker Will. In fact, I know I did. It was more like it got to the point where I wasn't enjoying it anymore. But there's a lot of factors that came into play with that. My family. I mean, I was going through shit with them, and just a lot of drama with my family and whatnot. And, I have my situation with my ex whore and my kids. And, that takes its freaking toll on me constantly. And so, I mean, I had a lot of personal stuff that got me to the point to where I was completely stressed out. But what I did is I took all of that and pushed it back because I needed to focus on work. I needed to focus on what Crete needed from me. Crete needed me, and I was there for them. Crete needed to make sure, or I needed to make sure that I was on time at the shipper and on time at the receiver, and that my trip planning was, spot on. And so I pushed everything to the back burner, and I would, bite at it piece by piece when I can. And it got to the point to where, me being out on the road, and that's another reason why, I mean, you guys noticed that the videos had stopped when I was out on the road. Because my electronics aren't working, the cameras aren't working right, and then I'm so busy, and I'm so pressed for time because my last few loads for Crete, they weren't loads where I had a shit ton of time. And then I had something happen to me down in Georgia when I was down there, and that took a toll on me. So it's just a million and one factors that came into play to the point where it got to where I wasn't even enjoying being out on the road anymore. And to me, that bothered me because I absolutely love being out there. Not knowing where I'm going next is huge for me. I love that part. That's why everybody, when they ask, what's your favorite thing about OTR? Because I don't know where the hell I'm going. I could be in South Carolina and turn around and get a load. Okay, now I'm going to California. Now look at all the states I'm going through to get to California. The things I'm going to see, the time I'm going to have. I mean, it's just, I love that feeling. I really do. All right, let me pop off some of these comments. My dad worked from the age of 10 till he was 62, plus a 4-year tour on duty in the Air Force. Right. GFG, if you decide to stay home, I recommend starting to blaze up on that sticky icky. It's so strong now that you'll forget you're bored. You know, I can make that happen so easily, but I'm not. I no. Are you set on Crete or are you going to shop around? No, I'm set on Crete. There is no shopping around. I was very happy at Crete, and like I said before, I've got nothing negative to say about them. I like the way that they do things. They took care of me. I took care of them. Um, there's no point in me shopping around where because I know that I can go back to Crete and be perfectly happy with everything. I'm happy with the pay. I'm happy with the loads. I'm happy with the miles. Um, no, there's no point in me shopping around. There's no point in me creating more work for myself if I know that I don't need it. I mean, sure, there may be a better company, there may be a worse company. I'm not one that's going to take that chance. I know what Crete's about, I know what they offer, and there's no point in me looking for something else. LOL turf. Oh, yeah, she's laughing at the comment there. Jeremy, I feel like I'll probably be working up till lunchtime on the day of my funeral. Yeah, yeah, you and me both. April, you making any coffee? Hook a brother up. Yeah, good question. See, my people are looking out for me. April, you making coffee? If so, hook a brother up, will you? Sure thing. I'm sure Al wants some too. Yeah, see, she knows me. Let's see. Andrea Bortle, good morning. Yeah, it's morning for me. I feel the same way with Western Express. Got fucked out of a 1,000 mile load to Maine. Got stuck with a load for New Year's till the second. Yeah, I mean, John, you got to understand it's the holiday season. I mean, the loads are going to be all kinds of screwed up. Now that the holidays are over, things should start, getting back to normal. But when it comes anything from like 2 weeks before Thanksgiving till the beginning of January, expect things to be different. Expect things to be screwed up. Things everybody. You got to understand from even people in the office. Everybody's going nuts. Jason Piper, company to start at, getting CDL, eventually hoping to team with my wife. Ideas. Um, well, if you can get into Prime, check out Prime. Um, let's see, you're getting your CDL. Prime will help you with that. If for whatever reason you're not accepted at Prime, then oh, I can't even bring myself to say it. Because he's going to be teaming with his wife, but we all know what they pay for teams. Hmm. All right, gentlemen. So Jason Piper's asking company to start with. He is getting his CDL, and he's hoping to team with his wife. I don't want to recommend CR England, but that will guarantee you your CDL, and that will get you an experience. So if you don't mind doing a 1 year jail sentence, I mean, you can go over there to England. They'll take anybody. Like I said, if you can get into Prime, in order to get into Prime, you need to be squeaky clean. No, nothing on your record whatsoever. But if you and your wife are squeaky clean, then check out Prime. If you guys have some issues with license or criminal backgrounds, then check out. I'm gonna say it. Check out England. Al, you got everyone trained. Yeah. Casey Fuller, what's going on, buddy? Red Monkey Trucking, very true. Big Country, Jason Crete, Schaefer is a great company to start with. Yeah, but it depends on Jason. If you're going to a school to get your license, like NTTS or something like that, where you guys are paying for it, then yes, Crete Schaefer will bring you on and put you and your wife through training. Then yes, Crete. go to Crete, because that'll be a company that you start with and probably will end up finishing with. They are an amazing company. But if you are going to a company to obtain your CDL, Crete does not have a school for that. He says you better not say anything. But see, that's what I mean. It all depends on what Jason and his wife are doing. If they're obtaining their CDL, Billy says CFI is good for teaming couples. I don't know anything about CFI. That's why I didn't mention them. But Billy's been at CFI for quite a while, and he has talked quite a bit about the teaming over there at CFI. So you can check them out as well. Billy, do they have a school over there at CFI for obtaining your CDL? $0.34 a mile split at England. Yeah, that may have changed. Hello, Mia. I see you retracted your message for whatever reason. She probably said, yeah, buddy. Martin, it's called Ritzy. Yeah, I still don't have my coffee there. Just saying. Red Monkey Trucking, what just happened? Yeah, we're, Jason came in and talked about him and his wife teaming up. But like I said, it all depends on, is it better to pay outright or obtain from a company? I would say, in my personal opinion, I would say obtain it from a company. Why pay $4,000, $5,000, $6,000? Well, actually, if you got two of you, now you're looking at $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 to get your CDL when you can get it for free at another company. The only thing is that you're going to go through. Well, it depends on where you go. So, by the sounds of it, you haven't made any decisions just yet. You know that you want to get it, but you haven't decided whether or not you're going to pay for it or have a company. So in that case, you can either, I'll give you two options right now. One, you could check out CFI. You see Billy Rains here in the video chat. Billy Rains works at CFI. Billy Rains would be more than happy to help you out as far as any information about CFI. He'll be able to hook you up with whoever you need to speak with, any phone numbers or anything like that. The other option you got is Trucker Will. Trucker Will, I don't know if he's still in here or not, but if you scroll back in the messages, or you can check him out on YouTube as well, Trucker Will. He's over at Prime. He could set you up over there. I know both of those places obviously have the schools where you can obtain your CDL from the school. I don't recommend anybody ever paying to get your CDL. There's so many companies out here that will give you your CDL for free, and you end up getting paid for training. I don't know if any of the companies will pay you while you're in the school. But like, for example, CR England, you're in the school for 12 days, you do your road test on your 13th day, you get your CDL license. From there, they set you up with a trainer. Once you get into the trainer's truck is when you start getting paid. It's probably like that at the rest of these companies as well. But I don't know how anybody can pay out that kind of money to get their CDL license when all these companies out here will practically hand it to you. Tell him to holler at me about teaming. Yep, holler at Red Monkey Trucking. He's another one. His company that he works for, I don't know if they have the schooling as well. I think you're at what, PTI or something like that. Break out the French press. Yeah. Gatorade, you just finished a workout? Nope. I'm just freaking trying to get over the sickness, so I'm trying to stay hydrated. Let's see. Why pay for something when you can get it for free? Exactly. Just like what I said. Community colleges are cheaper. I paid $500. You paid $500 to get your CDL license? I've never heard of anybody going to community college to get their CDL. That's something to look into. Wow, that's cheap. If you're only going to pay $500, then yeah, I'd definitely do that. But this way you don't have to sign a 1-year contract with anybody. PTL has a reimbursement and they pay good teams. Chip Chop, 3 fuck option 1 and 2. 3 fuck option 1 and 2. I don't remember what the options were. Billy Raines, he can check with Red Monkey. He's actually doing what you wanted to do. What's he doing that I wanted to do? Chip Shop says I stole my CDL. Alright. April, she's answering Mia. Stay away from Trans Am and Western Express. Oh, that came from John. I didn't pay anything for my CDL. Yeah, I didn't pay anything for... Well, yeah, we did. We paid a 1-year sentence. Casey, me and my wife going on the road tomorrow. Casey, you convinced your wife to go out on the road? Wow. Gatorade is definitely good. A good sick drink. Yeah. It's, seems to be working. That and water. I mean, don't get me wrong. Don't think for a second that there ain't a bottle of Mountain Dew sitting here. Gotta have the Mountain Dew. They have more funding from the states. Have you uploaded any yet? No. Let's see. They have more funding from the states? Yeah, you mean from getting your CDL? Yeah, there's all kinds of places that... I mean, if you really wanted to dig deep and research it, I mean, I'm sure that there's places out there that'll fund you, you know, to obtain your CDL, but save yourself the headache. There's a million companies out here that'll train you, and Prime will, Prime will train you the right way. CFI will probably train you the right way. CR England is the type of company where you can get your CDL license and then they just hand you the keys to a truck and send you on your way. They don't really care. And that kind of pisses me off because, I don't really want to get into that story again. But, all I'm going to say about that is if you are the type of driver where you just want to get your license and get in a truck and go, do us a favor and find a different career. I mean, if you're going to come into this industry, find a place that is going to train you properly. I mean, I hear this shit all the time, and it does nothing but piss me off, and I tell them off every freaking time. Everybody is in such a hurry. I can't be in a truck with somebody else, and I can't wait to get off the trainer's truck. You say that until you get into a situation that you're not experienced with, and you end up killing somebody. I mean, this is just like that story that happened less than a year ago with that driver down the I-70 out there in Colorado. Going down the hill, lost his brakes. There was an accident at the bottom of the hill. Instead of taking the emergency off-ramp, he ends up plowing into a bunch of people, killing people. This guy's facing felonies up his ass. He's done for life. He's in jail for the rest of his life because he was just simply inexperienced. So, again, if you're coming into this industry, find a place that is going to train you properly. If you're coming into the industry and you just want to get in a truck and get out on the road and you don't care about anything else, stay home. Find something else to do. You'll be saving a lot of lives. No, he's teaming with his wife. That's not... I get what you're saying, Billy. I wouldn't mind doing that. I mean, if you can find a wife to team with, it would work out great. I mean, as Red Monkey Trucking knows, I mean, I'm sure their bank account's looking pretty fat. But, I wouldn't mind doing something like that, but that'd be the only way that I'd ever have somebody else in my truck driving. as if I was like a husband-wife team or something like that. Other than that, I'm dead. No. Uh-uh. Let's see. Mia, can I have $500? Yeah, imagine that, kid. You wouldn't know what to do with $500. Um, the community colleges around me are still $5,000. Yeah, I think the same thing with me. I know a friend of mine. He ended up going that route. This is like what I was telling you the other day. He ended up going to NTTS, paying for it, getting his CDL, and then turned around and went and worked at fucking England. I mean, talk about not making freaking sense. Let's see. Billy, I made good money at England. All about mindset. Absolutely. 100% agree. We all made, I mean, me, you, Billy, or me, you, Nip, Will, we all did very well over there in England. It all depends on who you are. You come to CFI, maybe I'll be your trainer. Yeah, and then you guys got to get back to me. If you guys, anybody goes to CFI and they end up with Billy as a trainer, you got to call me and let me know how he is as a trainer. Just messing with you, Billy. Do you want cake and ice cream with your coffee? What? Sure. I heard England school will send you home if you can't back well. No. I've that ain't true. It may be now, but back when we were all there, no. I watched a lady literally. She took her road test. She was taking her fifth road test the same day that I went and took mine. She was on number 5, and they ended up passing her just to push her through because she's been there forever. But no, I don't think I've ever heard CR England sending anybody home. Let's see. Hillborn, old school towing. My husband is with CR England now, and they're doing him and his teammate dirty. They just started phase 2. They sat for 3 days in Missouri, and the load was supposed to be delivered the 27th. That I would blame on his DM. He needs to get on his DM's ass. They sat for 3 days in Missouri, and the load was supposed to be delivered on the 27th. Why were they sitting? That would be my first question. Were they sitting due to weather? I mean, I don't know why somebody'd be sitting on a load for 3 days. They could have dropped that off at a drop yard, caught a different load. Jason Piper, Billy, can you message me? There you go, Billy. Message Mr. Jason Piper. Billy wants ice cream too. Let's see. When is April getting her CDL? That team life. She won't. She doesn't want no part of it. She struggled to drive the Durango. She don't want no part of driving the rig. And the thing is, like I even told April, once you get your CDL, you'll never have to back the truck up again in your life. Just drive down the interstate. It's all you got to do. I'll do everything else. I'll do all the backing. Nah, she won't do it. Not only that, April is so tiny, I don't think, even with the seat and steering wheel configuration, I don't think she'd even be able to operate the truck. I'll have to check that out one day. See if I can set up the seat and the steering wheel for April. But, I mean, if it's anything like the Durango, I mean, she's got the seat so far forward, I can't even get in the truck. I literally have to get the seat back before I can get in. You know, and let's bring we'll just do a quick touch on this. You know how women are always saying, men, you should always put the seats down on the toilets? Women, you should always put the seats back in the driver's seat of the vehicles. Just saying. Let's see. And they gave them the load order on the 30th. So they got the load order on the 30th that was supposed to be delivered on the 27th. That's not uncommon. I mean, you'll get loads like that all the time, but all you got to do is reschedule the delivery date. So what they do is they go pick up the load and then figure out how long it's going to take them to deliver it and just reschedule the delivery date. Now it's just like a normal load. That's happened a few times. That's not really uncommon. Let's see. Yes, I would buy a hoverboard, and with the rest of the money, I'd donate it to the homeless. If you can get a hoverboard, Mia, for $500, I would already have one, because we all know I don't like to walk. Click on one of my videos, and all my contact info is there for Mr. Billy Rains. Red Monkey Trucking. My wife found a good school, and then PTL paid it for her. Yeah, there's even companies like that. I mean, you can. It's like tuition reimbursement. So when you contact these companies, if you end up having a tuition that needs to be reimbursed, find out from the company that you're talking to whether or not that they'll take care of that for you. My husband's talking about CFI now. His DM, Bo, with CR England, won't never answer him. Then go above Bo's head and go get Bo's boss. I mean, sometimes you got to step on people's toes to get what you need. I mean, if you're not getting the information you need, or you're not getting the communication with your current DM, then go above his head, because believe it or not, your DM has a boss as well, and go to them. And if that doesn't work, then I would start calling around to other companies and then drop that truck off and tell them to shove it up their ass. That's my personal opinion on that one. And you hear that an awful lot about the DMs over there in England. Unfortunately, the DM that I had, he's no longer a DM. He got promoted, which I'm not surprised. He was amazing. The DM that I had at CR England was Kerry Thurgood. He was he was a damn good guy. Let's see. Billy, you trying to expose me, Al? Nope. Somebody's asking for information, Billy. We're here to help. That's what we do. And if they're looking into CFI, who better than you? You're there. You know the information. This is what we do here on the Trucker Al Show. I mean, we help people out. My info is on my video descriptions as well, says Red Monkey Trucking. Billy says there's people at England with 6 months that can't back, but there's people everywhere that can't back. Yeah, I mean, there's people that have been driving for a couple of years that still can't back up a truck. And then there's people that get in the truck and 2 months later they're backing up as if they've been out on the road for 20 years. It'll click. You'll catch it eventually. Chip Chop, I'm craving the fuck out of a cigarette right now. Yeah. Been there, done that. I tried that whole quitting cigarette shit, but the thing is I enjoy them. I mean, I really do. And, we're all going to die of something someday, and you know what? It is what it is. Hillborn, they were told the load was supposed to be there the 3rd, but they got there and they told them it was supposed to be there on the 27th. So that's a miscommunication between the shipper and CR England. Or the receiver and CR England. So apparently by the sounds of it, CR England rescheduled it for the 3rd, and they never changed it in the system at the receiver. Yeah, that pissed me off too. Chip Chop says that I'm a bad influence. Yep. Light 'em if you got 'em. GFG, she sits on the dashboard. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that an awful lot, with women drivers. You get the smaller, body style type woman, and they're like, the steering wheel is literally right here, and they're driving down the road. It's funny, but my God, don't hit a deer. Mia, can I have some ice cream, coffee, and cake? No, you can't have anything with sugar in it there, Mia. You got too much energy as it is. Hillborn, they're on their way to California now. All right, so by the sounds of it, they got that mess situated. You're gonna have situations like that. When it comes to shippers and receivers, and your DM. You know, and the biggest thing is communication. And if Bo is not working out for them, they can change DMs very easily. All they got to do is call up and say, I'd tell Bo straight out, say, dude, you're not working for me. You're not helping me out in any such way. I want a different DM. It's that simple. I mean, it may take a week or two for everything to go through and stuff like that, but just, have your husband push it. It is what it is. If he's not getting what he wants, he needs to communicate that with somebody. Or find a different company. I mean, I know how we all know how CR England works. My theory, and anybody else that's in here that's ever been at CR England, we'll all tell you, do your 1 year sentence and get the hell out. Let's see, Mama. Nope, I told you, Mia, you're not getting any. They're on the way to California. I just got my CDL. Captain MG Tow School just got his CDL. Awesome. Congratulations. Welcome to the road. Al ate it all gone, Mia. FYI, Mia is my 10-year-old daughter. Yeah. Hellborn, sounds like your husband has a crap planner. Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at this. Ta-da! Coffee, cake, ice cream. That's spice cake, by the way. Yeah.
You're welcome.
She's the best. Give a shit what anybody says. Yeah, buddy. Holy fatness, Batman. Yep. I don't mean to eat in front of you guys, but how can I not? Billy, he can't stand a new DM they gave him. He liked his old one, and they won't give him his old one back. Well, here's the thing with that. A lot of companies, what they do is, and Crete did the same thing with me. So the asset managers, what they call them at Crete, what they do is they take the new drivers and they put them in this pool. And there's consider like a Olympic-sized pool and a lifeguard. So everybody's in the shallow end, and you got one lifeguard. So everybody gets put there, and then the more experience you get and the type of driver you become, they will randomly pick out the good people or whatever, and they will take them and put them into a different pool with a different lifeguard. So that's why he won't get his old DM back, because his old DM is for new drivers. Gotta weigh it before it melts. I was beginning to think that April was growing her own coffee beans. Yeah, she was on the farm simulator growing the coffee beans. We had to wait for them to get harvested. He can't stand. Let's see. If it's appointment times, it's not the DMs, it's the planner. Yeah, but anytime, you'll never get to talk to your planner. Everything is through the DM. So if the DM is not communicating with the planner, that these people are sitting there, it's your DM. Yeah, buddy. I told April when we first started dating, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Yeah, buddy. DMs are dumb. Yeah, depends. I mean, like I said, I loved the DM that I had over there. His old DM is mad that he can't get him back. Well, and see, I don't know. A good DM is just a good communicator. Yeah, they're salesmen. That's all they are. But, on the other hand, let's remember how many DMs are at CR England who've never stepped foot in a truck. And I think that's what made my DM over there so good. He was an owner-operator. He had 2 trucks out and running. So what he would do is like when he'd go to work at CR England and then turn around, jump in his truck, go take a load, out to Wyoming or whatever, or up to Idaho, turn around, come right back, get some sleep, and then go back to work at CR England. April, you're a woman. Of course you can't drive. Some women drivers out there are a lot better than the guys I've seen. So on the way home from Pennsylvania, April came down to PA to pick me up. And I came across a guy that apparently wanted a race. It was actually a Dodge Charger. Here's something about my Durango that I found out. I don't understand it. But I'm not going to have that much longer to give a shit about. But my Durango won't go above 115. Speedometer says 140. I got up to 115 and it wouldn't go past it. Hang on a minute. Do you know Victor out of Salt Lake City? No. I have no idea who Victor is out of Salt Lake City. This is the one I wanted to read. Martin, so are you going back to CR England as a driver, trainer, or another company? I will never go back to CR England. No, I'm going. If I go back out on the road, I'm going back to Crete. But yeah, that tractor in that game, I suck. Don't blame the tractor. Had nothing to do with the tractor. Shots fired. Alright, guys, 25 people in here. Let's see how many likes we got. 20. Very nice. Thank you guys for your support. I really appreciate it. I really, really do. Speaking of. April's not a bad driver. She got nervous with me the other day when I was racing, but she's not a bad driver. Every now and then I gotta grab the old shit handle because she takes a corner at about 60, but I think truck driving, believe it or not, actually makes for a safer driver in a regular vehicle. I mean, you guys have all noticed that even with, like a truck driver, when you get some experience and stuff like that, you turn around and go home, get in your personal vehicle. Tell me you're not reading bridge heights, bridge weights, reading your signs. You know how many times... I remember when I started at CR England, their trucks were governed at 62 miles an hour. You have any idea how many times I'm sitting in the Durango driving down the expressway? I look down and 62 miles an hour. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah. I'm sure she's fine. I can't help but bust balls. It's the whole tri-state thing. She's alright. She's a good driver. Just pray that there's no shit handle in there, that's all. Gotta chip in. Appreciate it. Let's see. See, I like that comment. We had a fleet manager and two others that didn't work out. Just asked for a new one until one worked out. It's the way to do it. So eventually you'll find one that does work. Martin, no matter where you go, drive, you're still a cool dude. Enjoy your videos very much. Martin, thank you for that. I appreciate it. See, I love comments like that. Appreciate that, sir. Really do. Not too many people like me. But I will. Yep. I try to be. Can't please everybody, though. I mean, hell, look at my family. Fucking joke. Yep. So, yeah, if I end up going back out on the road, obviously we're still going to be doing live videos. I can't do the big country, and we definitely do. Captain MG Tow School, how about Swift? Oh boy. Captain MG Towing School wants to know about Swift. We'll give that question a few minutes and we'll just let the comments roll in on that one. We'll see what the comments say about it first. How much experience does he need for Crete? 4 months. 4 months with one company. Big Country says he's going to start a Channel 1 drive. Well, let me know when you do. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it gives you something to do out there. I don't think we have a Swift guy in here. We may not have a Swift guy in here, but I know a lot of people got comments about Swift. Lord knows there's a lot of acronyms about Swift. Swift does have a lot to offer. Who asked about Swift? Was that Martin? No, Captain. Let me finish chewing here. Oh. Let's see. Good Lord, Billy's on a rampage. How much experience does he need for Crete? Yeah, 4 months experience. R.I.P. Tats. Nope. Still gonna have Tats up and go. That's gonna be what I call the live shows when I go live. It'll be the Trucker Al Talk Show. Tats will always be up. Let's see. I don't think we have a Swift guy in here. He should come to CFI and get his 4 months. Why? He's already at England. Why start over somewhere else? Finish up your 4 months at CR England, and maybe I'll run Tats from home. Uh-oh. Oh, shit, there's an idea. April can start running Tats. That's when all the viewers and subscribers and everything else will come in. When April starts running it. Okay, I'll tell him to stick it out for 4 months. Yeah, absolutely. Get a hold of me after his 4 months is up. I'll have him over at Crete in a heartbeat. No comment about Swift. This is a positive channel. Yeah. I mean, I prefer it to be a positive channel. But, I mean, just like everything else. I fell asleep listening to J Channel and woke up to you talking. Yeah, buddy. So how was it, me being the first sight you see when you get up? You know what? I prefer that you wake up to me instead of falling asleep. I don't know if you could fall asleep on my channel. I'll start blowing horns and shit. GFG, Knight, Swift, at least they don't have a contract at all. Right, there are positive things about Swift. I mean, see, Swift has a bad rep. I mean, that's all it really is. They just got a bad rep. They got a lot of shit drivers. But the fact of the matter is of course they got a lot of shit drivers. They're the biggest company out there. So you are, and they hire anybody. It's kind of like England. They hire anybody, and they're easy to get into. So, you know, you end up with that bad rep. But I have seen a lot of decent Swift drivers. I really have. But, you know, with their rep, I mean, if I'm sitting at a truck stop and I see a Swift driver that's backing into a parking spot next to me, I'm watching them. And I'm making sure my camera's up and rolling. Because you don't know what you're going to get. Sometimes you get great drivers, and other times it's not so great. Let's see. Billy, he may be going with CFI, but not positive yet. If CR England keeps it up, he will be leaving. If he can make it out to 4 months, he can end up over at Crete, or you can go to CFI now. If you want to go to Swift, you might as well go to Knight. Yeah, that's pretty much all the same thing. How many months experience does he have? Let's see, he's not getting paid to sit. He's getting mad. Well, and see, that's the other thing. You know, if I had any sitting, I had it set up to where I got paid for it. It's called layover pay. Yeah, he can get paid for it. That's on his DM. I mean, my DM, I made sure when I left home, from the time I left home to the time I got home, I got paid for it at Sierra England. There was never a time where I didn't get paid. You know, if there was layover pay, detention pay, if my wheels aren't spinning, I'm still getting paid. I mean, there's a way around it. Your DM just needs to respect you enough in order to pay you for it. Let's see. Billy, he's got his certificate from training completion on December 20th. Oh, so he's like fresh out the door. Well, wait a minute. When was his hired date? So in other words, because at CR England, the hired date goes by the day that they passed their CDL road test. Not when they completed training. So what was his the date that they got their CDL? TJ Jones, the Bull of the Woods. New here. Yeah, I was just going to say that TJ Jones, never seen this name before. Thank you. Appreciate you coming in. Welcome to the family. Let's see. GFG, spot on, Al. They are like every chick I ever dated. Easy to get into. Oh, shit. Yep. Couple of drinks and never mind. We'll let it go. Jeremy J. LOL. Swift wouldn't hire me. Recruiter said I had too much experience. Oh my god. GFG cracks me up. TJ Jones. Welcome to the family, sir. You an over-the-road truck driver, or what do you got? Oh my god, that's some funny shit. Either right before Thanksgiving or right after, I can't remember. He's sleeping now, so I can't ask him. Yeah, don't wake him up. So Thanksgiving is the end of November, so you got end of December, January, February, March. So the end of March, they could probably, if Crete was where they wanted to go, probably looking at the end of March, which actually isn't a bad time. That's usually when business is usually starting to level off as far as freight is concerned. And but if they can hold it out to the end of March, I mean, get a hold of me and I'll have them over at Crete in a matter of 2 days. Big country, because you didn't go to the Stevie Wonder Institute for truck driving. Yep. Oh my god. I remember the first time I saw that acronym for Swift. Oh my god. I damn near fell out of the truck. I laughed so freaking hard. Yep. I remember I was sitting in a traffic jam once, and this is all people were talking about was Swift, because it was Swift that caused the accident. And they were jackknife across the whole entire interstate. So everybody and their brother was on the freaking CB radio, and everybody's coming out with these new acronyms for Swift, and oh my god, that was freaking priceless. Good times. So yeah, it's looking like Trucker Al might have to start packing soon. I thought it was sure. Wished I finished training. Oh my god. How about sure we're insured for that? Every time I see him in an accident, I just drive by, grab the mic, and go, yep, sure we're insured for that. Or swing wide, it's a fucking truck. Okay, I will tell him he's supposed to be doing most of the mountain passes. Him and his teammate are crazy and doing Donner's Pass. That's not a bad thing. Just know how to work his engine brake. Donner's Pass isn't bad. It's really, none of the hills are really bad if you know how to operate the truck, and that's the biggest thing. And I find that, ask April. Even when she was out, I mean, we've seen so many people going through the hills and first and crash, yeah. And you see it all the time, that people burning out their freaking brakes, and it's just because their engine brake doesn't work, or they don't know how to work it properly. I mean, I take these hills going through Wyoming, I don't even touch the brakes going down the hill. And I saw a comment earlier. Let me find. I gotta figure out who the hell commented this. I want to see if these people are in here. Oliver Margentine. No, he's not in here. He watched a video of mine, and his comment on it, I didn't rewatch the video, so I don't know exactly what he's talking about. I know it was a video that I did a while ago, But he goes 7% grade, 65 miles an hour with 44,000 pounds. You should know better. You could take the hills at speed if you know what the hell you're doing. If there's nobody in front of you and you're going down a 7% grade at 60 miles an hour, it's not a bad thing. If my engine brake is holding me at 65 miles an hour and there's nobody in front of me, if I go less than, I mean, you guys gotta remember, I mean, even if you watch the video, I guarantee you somebody passed me. You know how many times I go down these hills at speed and I've got trucks that are blowing past me like I'm at a dead stop? You know, and the other thing that I find, I mean, going down, and we've all, you know, all of us truck drivers, we've all been out there. You know, going down a 7% grade, and you come across a truck that's going down this hill at 30 miles an hour. You are an accident waiting to happen. Not only is the general public going much faster than 30 miles an hour, but every other truck on the road is going faster than 30 miles an hour. And I know these new companies, you know, CR England and stuff like that, I know that they're teaching the new drivers to do the hills at 30 miles an hour. You are going to cause an accident. It's as simple as that. And like I said, if I'm going down to 7% grade, I've got the engine brake to set at 3. I don't give a shit how much weight I've got in the trailer. If my truck is steadily doing 65 miles an hour going down this hill, I'm not touching my brakes. So in the event that something was to happen in front of me, my brakes are completely cooled off to where with the engine brake at 3 and me touching the brake pedal, I can bring that truck to a complete stop pretty quickly. You know, so, I mean, when he commented me on this, oh, you should know better. What? You want me to do 30 miles an hour like you? And cause other trucks behind me to jack up and cause an accident somewhere else along the lines? No, I'm not that driver. So, like I said, long as if you guys know how to operate the engine brake, if you know how to operate your truck, all you got to do is just drive. Ask any of my students. Jeremy's on here every once in a while. John Garcia. That was my biggest thing when they get into the truck, and you know, when you get nervous students, it's very easy. Just drive. That's all you got to do. Drive. Don't worry about everybody else. I'm not worried about people behind me. I'm not worried about people next to me. And I'm not worried about anybody in front of me. I worry about me. I'm the one that is in control of that truck. You control your vehicle, not everybody else's. If somebody else hits you, it doesn't matter how good of a driver you are. That's out of your control. You are in control of your vehicle. Long as if you aren't the one that hits somebody, you're fine. You can't control if somebody else hits you. It's that simple. And this is why, you know, I try to tell people, you know, like what I was saying earlier, when, you know, you get a lot of people that are coming into this industry and all they want is their license and to be in a truck by themselves. No. Find a different industry to get into. I mean, if you're not trained properly, and I'll be honest with you, I mean, I don't know, you know, Hilborn, I don't know how your husband was trained or who his trainer was or if he was trained properly or whatnot. But chances are, if he's over at CR England, he probably wasn't trained properly. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know how your husband is a driver. I really don't. The biggest thing is learn how to operate the truck. That's all I could say. How is the road test for Crete Schaefer? Easy. The only they got a backing maneuver that you do. It's a 45-45 in between a couple of tires, and then the road test is probably about 10 minutes long, and it's just very simple driving. Just the guy sitting over there in the passenger seat with a clipboard, and it's just like anything else. As long as you don't hit anything, you'll be fine. That's the biggest thing that people look. Make sure you're not making any dangerous moves. Making sure you're watching your mirrors. Especially in your turns. They thoroughly explain to you exactly what they're looking for. When you're doing your quote unquote road test. And yeah, even when I went over to Crete. No. Hang on a minute. Let me think about this. Because I didn't do a road test at Crete. Where the hell was that road test done? That might have been CR England I'm thinking about. I don't think I did a road test at Crete. I don't think they road tested me because of my experience when I went there. So I don't know if I can give you an honest answer about that. But I mean, if Crete's road test is like anybody else, I mean it's quick and easy, 10, 15 minutes, and the biggest thing is just don't hit anything and watch your mirrors. That's pretty much what anybody is looking for when they do a road test on somebody, is to make sure that you're watching your mirrors and just simply don't hit anything. He's an awesome driver. He passed all his tests with really good grades. He went to school in Indiana. He was telling the instructor how to do things. If that's the case, then he's got nothing to worry about. And I mean, operating the truck, I mean more so that engine brake, know when to put it on, know what speed to put it on at, what gear, because you can manually put drop a gear or drop two gears. There's a lot more to operating the truck than just simply driving down the interstate. But, if he's comfortable going through Donner's Pass, then he's got nothing to worry about. He'll be fine through the hills. Biggest thing is just knowing how to use the engine brake. Yep. Jason, I thought it was sure wished I finished training. First in crash? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, buddy. But I mean, like I said, if he can make it to the end of March, he'll be just fine. Like I said, I can get him in over at Crete. And now, the teammate that he has, I think he's got a teammate only because he has to. So he's probably going to want to come over to Crete, go alone, go solo, which is probably the best idea in the world. I think if he's got 4 months experience, the orientation process is 3 days at Crete, and then he'll have a truck assigned before he's even done with orientation. But he's it's a big difference. I'll be honest with you, big difference from CR England over to Crete. I mean, even the level of respect that you get from like shippers and receivers. I mean, there was a time where, actually, it was not even that long ago. I was I was gonna make the receiver on time. I had plenty of time to get there, and it turns out that there was a huge accident, multiple fatalities and everything else, and they ended up shutting the interstate down. I got locked up in this traffic jam for, I think it was close to 3-4 hours, something like that. And it turned out that I ended up being late at the receiver because of that accident. But the accident was big enough to where everybody in that particular area knew about it. So even when I had gotten to the receiver, it was to the point to where it was like 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I was already a couple of hours late because of that crash. And the receiver actually looked at me and said, "Oh yeah, you're from Crete. Don't worry about it. Our night crew is going to take care of you." They immediately gave me a door. I backed up to the door. The moment the trailer hit the dock, they whipped the door open and they were unloading my trailer. And the one guy had even said to us, you're from Crete. You're our best people. And to me, walking out of there, now I remember my last load from CR England, and this was literally my last load that I was dropping off at CR England before when I quit there. The receiver literally looked at me and told me that she was going to have somebody come out and watch me back up to the door because they look at CR England like most people look at Swift. And I was floored by that comment. And one of their employees literally came out to watch me back into the door to make sure I didn't hit anything. Because apparently the last 3 drivers that worked at CR England that went into this particular receiver ended up hitting 3 different objects. One hit a wall, one hit a pole, one hit another truck. And so now it got to the point to where they started sending people out to make sure that CR England's not hitting anything. And to me, I couldn't have been happier to be getting out of there, after, listening to a comment like that. And, when I backed into the door, the guy came up to me and goes, "Man, I wish everybody drove like that." It's England. We're few and far between. But, and then when I go over to Crete and, I get the level of respect that I do from everybody, not only the people that I talk to on the phone, you could talk to payroll, you could talk to safety, talk to breakdown, talk to your asset managers, anybody that you talk to, the level of respect it's like a complete 180 from CR England. You're not on hold for 3 hours trying to get a hold of somebody. And like I said, shippers and receivers, they see that you're from Crete or Schaefer, and it's a whole different ballgame. So he'll enjoy that part of it. Does Crete have teams? Yes. You could do teams over there at Crete. Let's see. I didn't do the acronym for Swift backwards, just in case SJW is watching this. That's alright. It's all in good fun. Jeremy J. Al, you are doing a good job with these new drivers. Just wondering how many OG drivers you have out there watching willing to help. Like myself, I have 15 years OTR with 6 years as a driver trainer. Just wondering how many OG drivers you have out here watching willing to help like myself. That's the thing that I absolutely love about, you guys, is that everybody on here is willing to help out in one way or the other. I mean, I've seen it quite a few times where somebody will ask a question and everybody on here is, answering questions for people or, things like that. And that's what I absolutely love. I mean, I've watched a couple of the other people that I've watched. I'm not going to throw names out there, but, I've watched a couple of live feeds from other people, and I'm just blown away by the difference in their subscribers and their viewers versus mine. I mean, everybody, here is here to help in one way or another, or, they're seeking information. But, there's a lot of people that are viewing here that have experience and that are willing to help. And that's what I'm all about. And, I mean, you guys that have been with me for the last couple of years, you guys know that was one of the big reasons why I started this channel, was to help people out because of the help that I personally received before I came out on the road. And this is my way of giving back. And I absolutely love doing this, helping people out. And it seems to me, that almost every single time that I go live, I've at least helped one person out in one way or another. And even if it's not me personally that helps somebody out, somebody in this list helped somebody that was asking questions or that's looking to get into this industry. And, it really touches my heart that I have the people that I do in here because, like I said, I've watched some other live feeds and it blows my mind in the difference in people. Let's see. Big country, it's rare to see a negative review about Crete and Schaefer. I've seen a few, but again, you got to have the understanding that, trucking isn't for everybody. Anybody that's a truck driver on here will tell you it's either in your blood or it's not. And, some people, they can go to a great company and the company does everything they possibly can for somebody and that person's still not happy. They turn around and blame it on the company when the fact of the matter is it's just they couldn't handle the road life. I mean, it is a way of life. Being an over the road truck driver, being gone away from your family for weeks at a time, it's a different lifestyle. It really is. It's not, and, that's one of the biggest things that I tell all these new people that are looking to get into this industry. When they ask, the first thing, that they ask is, what company I should go to. Before you even come out on the road, you really need to have an understanding as to what you are getting into. Understand that it's a different lifestyle than what you're used to. You're used to seeing your girlfriend, your wife, your husband, your cousins, your friends, and all. You're used to seeing them whenever you want. It's a whole different ballgame, especially in the beginning. I mean, I feel really bad for, these new drivers that are just starting out because I know what that feeling's like. I mean, trying to adjust from one lifestyle and adjust it to being an over the road truck driver is very mentally straining. And if you can get past that, then you'll make out pretty well. But it's a big adjustment. It really is. You got to be prepared for that. Let's see. I haven't said anything in a while. That's all right. Some people come on here and don't say anything at all. Let's see. Waco 1340. Does Crete have East Coast terminals? Yeah. The terminal that I'm based out of is right in Pennsylvania. Just right in Mechanicsburg. Let's see. They've got a bunch of drop yards down the East Coast, but I think their main East Coast terminal is in Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. Big country, Georgia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Georgia's another one. North Carolina, I've never been to. Tennessee, I know. Pennsylvania, that's the one that I'm out of. Yeah. Martin, you've helped me a shitload and I haven't even started. Listen, I've been in your shoes, Martin. I mean, I've been there. I was sitting at home, wanting to become a truck driver and, trying to learn as much as I can from people that are out on the road. And like I said, the people that I was watching, years ago, it helped me tremendously, watching YouTube videos just like this. And most of it was, they did a lot of driving content, and that's what I liked watching. There was a guy that he posts one video a week, and his videos are like an hour and a half long. I'd sit there and watch his whole damn video. And he'd do, a little bit of talking in the morning, and then it would be driving, and then he'd talk a little bit at the end of his day, and then it was more driving. And so, I mean, those were the videos that I watched. But, you can go on there and comment and ask him a question. He was one of those type of YouTubers where you could leave him a comment on his video, and he would actually answer you. And see, that's the thing with me. I mean, I see every single comment that comes on any one of my videos. And I try to answer most of them, but some of them, one of my big videos is the 3-bunk truck tour at CR England. That's like my viral video. So I get a lot of comments from that video, and they're mostly negative comments, which was to be expected. I mean, who the hell wants to look at a 3-bunk truck? So, But I mean, if somebody was to ask me a question via comment on one of the things, I typically get back to them, and that's how this guy here was. He would answer any question I had, and he even mentioned me a lot of times in his videos. You know, I'd ask him a question, and he'd mention my name and whatnot. But you know, for me to be on the other side of this now. Now it's me that are doing these videos, and it's me helping people out. And you know, I would have never expected, you know, the people that I have in here. I mean, you guys are absolutely amazing. Um, I couldn't be happier with, you know, the YouTube channel and the viewers that I have and the subscribers that I have. You guys are absolutely amazing. This went way better than I could have ever anticipated. I love helping people out. I mean, that's what we do. Michael Green, good evening. Let's see. Does Crete have any dedicated accounts? Yeah, you could do dedicated runs as well. They got a lot of the big accounts like Hershey and Anheuser, and yeah, they do definitely do dedicated runs. Let's see. Joe Jordan, the road is my friend. What does that tell you? Um, we're all your friends, Joe. You got friends out here. You know, and that's the other thing. I have met some amazing people, you know, becoming a truck driver. You know, Billy Rains and I were involved in a little group, you know, Trucker Will. I don't know if he's still in here. He probably went to bed. But I mean, the little group that we have, you know, I typically, you know, I'll talk to Billy Rains every now and then. Me and Trucker Will, Nip 34. I mean, the level of friendship. I mean, I trust these people more than I trust my own family. And you know, there was a time like when I went through Trans Am. This will just give you a little insight about this little group that we have. When I was at Trans Am and that failed, and I got my last $66 fucking paycheck from them. You know, I went through CR England. They were making some big changes at England, which is why I left there. I ended up going up to U.S. Express. U.S. Express couldn't give me enough miles. I mean, I got tired of the 300 and 400 mile runs. It just wasn't working for me. And so then I tried the whole leasing thing over there at Trans Am, and like I said, that took a wild shit. And it got to the point, it's like, you know, I'm about ready to hang the keys up. You know, this trucking shit's just not for me. It's not working out. You know, did the company thing. I did the lease thing. And I just couldn't get myself to where I was happy with one particular company. So when I left Trans Am, I literally had no intentions on coming back out on the road. I was going to hang my keys up. And when I got back on my way home, you know, I'm talking, you know, to these people, and everybody, you know, they're talking about throwing me money to get me back, you know, out on the road, get me a truck. You know, these guys, you know, Trucker Will, I thank him every chance I get, because it was because of him I found Crete. Trucker Will is the type of person, he investigates a lot of these companies. You know, if you ask him about any of these companies, he knows a lot of information about them. And, you know, he called me up one day. He goes, hey, you know, I know that you really don't want to get back into truck driving. He goes, but I just want you to check out this company. Check them out, see what they got to offer. So I trusted him. I said, okay, I'll give it a shot, see what they got. So I gave him a call, and I mean, like I said, I mean, I couldn't be happier at Crete. I mean, there's not one negative thing about them. And, I mean, I called Will up after about a month of being at Crete, and I says, even a month into it, I mean, everything is spot on. Payroll is perfect. The miles are there. The pay is there. Everything was just perfect. And, you know, so it's because of, you know, Trucker Will, you know, a friend of mine who I trust. It's because of him I found Crete. So that's a little insight about the little group of friends that we have. But I mean, even with everybody that's in here, I mean, just the level of respect that we all have in here, and how everybody is so willing to help people. It's and I'll guarantee you, I'm showing 28 people in here. Every single person in here will agree with me when I say this. First of all, I need more coffee. This is very rare nowadays. I mean, I'm from New York. There is literally no respect up here. In New York State, nobody respects anybody. And that's something that literally blows my mind to this day. When I go out on the road, being in New York State, people suck. The moment I step foot out of New York State, it's a totally different ballgame. Especially if you go down south, southwest, you can have a conversation with anybody, perfect stranger, and become friends with that person. Up here in New York, they're going to tell you to fuck off before you even say hello to them. So, to find a group of people like we have here who is, willing to help out, answer any questions, the level of respect that we all have in here. I mean, that to me, it's huge to me. It really is. This is why I tell you guys, this means the world to me. I mean, some of these comments that you guys, tell me, hell, you're doing a good job with these new drivers, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I get comments like these every now and then, and it really touches my heart. It really does. Because you don't hear it that often anymore. You really don't. And it sucks. Let's see. Michael, what's going on, Big Country? Billy Raines is still here, too. I have an off-subject question for anyone. What is the best truck GPS to buy? Good question. Stay away from the Ram McNally. William Jones. Hey, how you doing, Al? What's going on, William? Martin, any tips for guys just starting out on how to get used to sleeping in a truck? It's a whole new monster, I understand. Well, if somebody else is driving the truck, good luck. If you're a solo driver and you're just trying to, adapt to sleeping in the back of a truck versus, sleeping in your own bed, yeah, it is a whole new monster. But believe me, in time, you'll get used to it. It's kind of like, in my situation, I became a reefer driver. And it got to the point to where when I come home, I have to have something on. Like April, she likes to listen to the music on YouTube, the sleeping music. So it's almost like being in a massage room. So that's pretty much what's playing at night. But I mean, typically we have a fan on or something like that. And, for a while there, I mean, I would have a hard time sleeping at home because I got so used to sleeping with the reefer running. It got to the point where I almost needed the reefer on just to be able to sleep. I need that white noise. I need that background noise. The other thing is I know that some of these mattresses are uncomfortable. I've been in certain situations where the mattresses are, that thick. And so when I got into my first truck at CR England, I had one of those like jail mattresses. That's where I'm going with that. You can buy your own mattress and put it in the truck. I know at one point I had a pillow top mattress. The other thing you can do is you can go to Walmart and get one of those mattress toppers and put them in there. Best thing to do is just try to make it as comfortable as possible. The other thing is the more pillows, the better. You'll find yourself a lot more comfortable. Thank you, sweetheart.
You're welcome.
It's like my own personal secretary. She's a sweetheart. She takes care of me. Let's see. Martin, I like the truck better, but I sleep with a fan on, and I like the noise. Now, see, the other thing, I mean, even in my truck, I had, the vent on, and I also had a fan down at the other end that I always had on. There's different things that you can do to make it more comfortable. Like I said, you can buy your own mattress, buy a mattress topper, stuff like that. I haven't really followed you before. Are you owner, operator, or company? Company. Um, I talked to Nip about this earlier too. It's either today. I think, yeah, earlier today, me and Nip 34 were talking about it. He was trying to convince me into buying my own truck. And, he asked me, he's like, what are your reasons for not buying your own truck? And, to me, it's kind of like everything else. Um, my father used to tell me all the time there's an ass for every seat. And, kind of like what I tell you guys, that truck driving's not for everybody. And owner operator's not for everybody. Me personally, the way that I look at this, and I mean, I'll get people that agree with me and people that disagree with me, and that's fine. I mean, we're all here to agree to disagree. But, when it comes to owner operator versus company, it really depends on where you want to go with that type of career. Some people, they will come into this industry with the mindset that they want their own truck. They want to own their own truck and, things like that. And then they realize what it takes to obtain your own truck. And there are different things that you can do. Yes, you can buy a truck and latch it on with somebody else's authority. You can buy a truck and, latch it on with Prime and go drive Prime's trailers. Or you can buy your own truck and run under your own authority. Personally, I don't want the headaches. I don't want to have to worry about the truck breaking down. Do I have enough money in the account for a tow if I need it? Do I have enough money in the account for an accident if I need it? Do I have enough money in the account for, a breakdown? For example, I mean, even the 2019 Freightliner Cascadia that I had at Crete, there was 130,000 miles on it, and they ended up putting in a $10,000 computer because the computer took a shit. Now, like Nip was saying, well, you got to buy an older truck. Well, you buy an older truck, you still have the chance of it breaking down. I mean, the parts are older, the mechanisms are older, the electronics are older. You're still going to break down even with an older truck. Then you turn around, you look at these newer trucks. Everything in these newer trucks are either plastic or electric. And now we all know that when something electrical breaks down, it takes them 2 weeks just to find the electrical problem because everything is electric. It could be a shaved wire that rubbed on the frame. It's going to take them 2 weeks to find it. So now, I don't want the headaches of worrying about the truck breaking down if I have enough money to cover it. I don't want the headaches of having to pay for the fuel, pay for tolls, pay for the road tax, pay for this tax, that tax, and then, running off of a 1099, your taxes. And, I don't want those headaches. Personally, I want to get in a truck, drive down the road, and not worry about the truck breaking down, whether or not I'm going to get paid. I don't want those headaches. I mean, if I can get into a truck, deliver my, pick up my loads, deliver my loads, get a decent paycheck at the end of the week, and not have to worry about the truck breaking down. And if the truck breaks down, I want to know that I'm still getting paid. If a shipper takes 7 hours to load my trailer, I'm getting paid after the first hour. If the receiver takes 7 hours to unload the trailer, I'm still getting paid after the first hour. I don't want the extra headaches. So therefore, that's why I pick company over owner-operator. Some people, like Nip34, he refuses to be a company driver. And, I mean, granted, he works for a small mom-and-pop place right now, but he's doing everything he possibly can to buy his own truck. And apparently he can buy the truck that he's in or something like that. But that's not me. I'm not that person. So, yeah. Joe Jordan, U.S. Express ran me hard when I had the best dispatcher I ever had, and he had a stellar attitude to boot. Yeah, I had a female asset manager up there at U.S. Express, and according to her, she was doing everything she possibly can to give me the longer runs. But when she told me, and word for word, she told me this is how U.S. Express runs their solo drivers. You guys do the 300 and 400 mile runs. The long hauls go to the team and trainer trucks. So when I found out that that's all I was going to be getting was the 300 and 400 mile runs, and maybe once a month they will throw me a bone and give me a nice long haul, that's when I called it quits at U.S. Express. So, but she told me straight out that's how U.S. Express is, and there's nothing more she can do. So, okay, there's nothing more you can do, then I need to start making things happen. So, all truck GPS units have flaws. Yes. I have the Garmin 580. We all know about Sam. Sam is my Garmin. She's done very well. I had the Rand McNally, and I mean, you guys can go back a bunch of videos and you'll see the one. There's even a thumbnail of me smashing it. I got so tired of that freaking thing. That Rand McNally didn't work for me at all. But Sam has done great. She has messed up once or twice. You know, she brought me not to the wrong location, but it was more like the way that the GPS systems work is when you put in an address, it brings you to the front door. And you know, most shippers and receivers, the trucking entrance is in the back, and so I mean she's done that a few times, but you know that's more my fault than her fault. I mean she brought me to the right location, but there was what I typically do. I mean we all know I have the iPad in the truck, and what I typically do before I make it to the receiver is I bring up the live Google view of the facility, and then I see on the view there or the satellite view of where the trucks are going in, and then I use the iPad to route me to that. But the Garmin 580, Sam's done very well with me. I like Sam. I like Sam a lot more than I like that Rand McNally. Let's see, GFG. We are the same way in Philly. I had to move to Denver. And it took me months to let my guard down. People would come up to socialize, and I had to train myself not to tell them to kick rocks. Yeah. And I did the same thing. To me, when I went out on the road and I got out of New York, people would start a conversation with me, and it's like, what do you want? And I had to do the same thing. I had to train myself. These people are just generally communicating. They're being friendly. There are genuine people out there. And not everybody's from New York. So yeah, I get that. I had to train myself that everybody wasn't from New York. A cell phone and a truck atlas is the way I drove. No GPS needed. Well, that's a safe way to go. But you'd be surprised at how many people don't know how to read a map. Did he just call me sweetheart? Nope. Leave it to me to get the questions out. Hey, that's what we're here for, man. Plus, I like talking to you guys. You guys make me laugh. Did he just call me sweetheart? What the hell gave you that idea? Oh, no, April brought me in coffee. I had to think back for a minute. I just had a Nip 34 moment. No, April bought me coffee, so I said thank you, sweetheart. I heard that Crete Schaefer is going to primarily automatics. Which do you prefer? Um, well, now you guys got to understand I do have experience with standard transmissions. When I had my Class B license and I was driving dump truck, I had a 13-speed Western Star. And so, I mean, I've got the experience. I know how to drive a standard. Now, when I came out on the road, I started driving the automatics. Personally, I prefer the automatics for many different reasons. Now, it's kind of like anything else. You got your ups and downs with both. You know, when you have a standard transmission, you have more control of the truck. So I like that aspect better. You know, of having more control of, you know, what the truck is doing and you know what you want the truck to do. You can do that with a standard. The automatics, however, especially because I always find the pile of shit, I'm always stuck in traffic or going through Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina. You know, I'm always in the hills. And if I'm not in any of those states in the hills there, I'm going out west and going through Wyoming and going through the hills out there. So, you know, going up and down the hills, I prefer the automatics. Um, I mean, I've been in situations before, even with the dump truck, where you're going up a hill and you got to switch gear. That sucks. Going downhill, you know, trying to, you know, drop a gear, that sucks. In the automatics, it's so much nicer. I mean, you get in, you put the thing in drive, you hit the gas pedal, you got gas and brake. The other thing is, with it not having a clutch, it saves my left knee. So I personally prefer the automatics, and that is why. Have you heard anything on JCT trucking in Oklahoma? The only thing I've ever heard about JCT is good luck going home. I hear a lot of their drivers struggle to get home. April's laughing her ass off. I don't know why. Because I call her sweetheart? I don't know. Now, as far as like the automatics, I mean, they have their flaws too. They're not perfect. Um, I think the biggest thing with the automatics that I find is, you know, when you're at a stoplight or something like that, a lot of times when you hit the gas pedal, the truck don't move. It takes maybe 5-10 seconds for the truck to, oh shit, you want to move. It's almost like the truck's on its cell phone. You know, you hit the gas pedal, you want the thing to move, and it doesn't go anywhere. And it's like, come on, go, go. And then finally it realizes, oh, I got to put the phone down and drive. I get that an awful lot with the automatics. That's what I want to drive. An automatic? Yeah. Automatics are easier on your left knee, for sure. But the other, I mean, even when I drove the dump truck, I mean, you're only clutch out of first gear. The rest you're floating. But, you know, when you're trying to downshift and stuff like that, you know, I would clutch every now and then to try and downshift. But it's still after, you know, 8-10 hour day, your left knee's still killing you. Especially if you end up in a traffic jam or you end up, you know, having to shift gears going up and down these hills. No, my knee would be, I'd be done with my knee. What is starting pay for Crete? Depends on what division he wants to run. If he's running reefer, well, he's obviously running reefer at CR England. If he wants to run at reefer, I believe they would start him out at 53 cents a mile for the reefer division. Now you guys got to understand, Crete Carrier Corporation is the name of the company. Now, Crete has 3 different divisions. Crete runs dry van. Schaefer runs the reefer, and Hunt is the flatbed division. Now, they're all very similar as far as pay. I think they're only like maybe 1 or 2 cents off, you know, in difference between the divisions. But if he's running reefer over there at England, then he's probably going to be okay running reefer over here at Schaefer, and they will start him out at 53 cents a mile, which is a hell of a lot more than what he's going to make at England. He wouldn't even top out at 53 cents a mile at England. Unless he runs a dedicated run. I know the dedicated runs, some of those drivers were up in like the mid 40s, low 40s, mid 40s for dedicated. I know the Walmart run, I think there was like 42 cents a mile over there at England. But again, I mean, dedicated runs, you're stuck with the amount of miles that you get. And that's the thing with the companies, like CR England is they may pay you a little bit more for a dedicated run, but you're getting a lot less miles, so the pay is pretty much still the same. You're just doing things differently. And that's what I like about Crete because not only are you getting paid 53 cents a mile, you'll top out at about 58 cents a mile, after a couple of years, but they're getting you the miles. I mean, I can't tell you how many weeks I was over 3,000 miles. Let's see. Joe Jordan. I automatic. I drove. Forgot how to shift out of first gear, so I would manually shift from first to second and then put it back in auto shift. Yeah. Zoltan. No. I was waiting for you. Somebody commented earlier, asked if I was going back to England, and I just saw the comment. I didn't look at the name, but I thought it was you, and it wasn't. And of course, you come in, and the first comment out of your mouth is, "Are you going back to England?" One day you'll get it through your thick skull that I'm not going back there. Zoltan's been with the Trucker Ale family for a long time. But every one of his comments is asking me if I'm going back to England. I'm almost starting to wonder if he's a bot. Oh. Yeah, buddy. So, but now, like I said, I think Crete's going to be calling me tomorrow morning. We're going to set a few things up. We're going to finish communicating tomorrow. And then we'll take it from there. Nothing is set in stone just yet. It's just we're communicating. My husband said he will be getting up with you the end of March. Hey, I will be here for sure. I believe. Let me just double check. No. Why the hell isn't it in here? Hang on a minute. Here. I don't know if I could do this from here. Let's take a look. I'm going to put my email address in the description. It's very easy. TruckerAl001 at yahoo.com. We'll see if... Actually, here. We'll do it this way. Yeah, he can get a hold of me anytime he wants. I will be here. Let's see. Martin, can you only take one student at England? No. England has 3 bunk trucks where you can take 2 students, even with the regular two bunk trucks. A lot of trainers do take 2 students at a time. I would recommend you doing one-on-one. You'll get better training. But if you're a driver and you want to become a trainer, no, you can take 2 students. I don't recommend it though. It's a shitty city to put 3 people. And I agree with a lot of these comments that are coming on to, my video, the one that I did with the 3 bunk truck. I agree with a lot of those comments. I mean, to have 3 people in such a confined space, it's bad enough with 2 people, and now you throw another third one in there. It's hard, very hard. Max, hey there. Thank you for the great content. I'm kind of stuck on a question that I'm trying to ask experienced operators, drivers. What would be a better path to take when obtaining a CDL Class A? Got with an independent CDL school and pay out of pocket yourself, or go with a company that would cover a CDL school? I'm aware trucking companies that cover the CDL school lock you in for a certain period. Um, yes. Now, here's the thing. If you go to one of those independent like NTTS or something like that, you're going to be paying anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000 for your CDL. Now, yes, if you go to any of these companies to obtain your CDL, most of them will ask for a 1 year contract. I personally recommend going that route. A 1 year contract isn't that bad. It goes by very fast. But the other thing is, there's companies out there, like you can go and start with Prime. Prime will help you obtain your CDL. You sign a contract with them. But Prime is the type of company where a lot of people will go to obtain their CDL, but they end up staying with Prime because they are such a good company. They do have a lot of different areas that you can run. You can do regional, you can do dedicated, you can do OTR, you can do solo, you can do trainer, and you can even lease a truck through Prime. Their lease program is probably one of the best ones out there as far as the companies are concerned, because most of the companies out there, like Trans Am, CR England, stuff like that, first of all, a lot of the companies out there, there's 5 states that the government will not allow them to lease, and I just happen to be in one of them in New York. But a lot of these companies, what they end up doing is they pay you around about $1.07 a mile. It sounds all great until you actually get your freaking paycheck and you see all of the different things that have to come out between your fuel, your tolls, your taxes. And when I mean taxes, I'm not talking about federal and state. I'm talking about like road tax, fuel tax, this tax, that. There's a million and one different things that they throw a tax on. So, when you go to these companies and they're paying you $1.07 a mile, you really aren't making shit because the government's taking it from you. Now, over at Prime, when you lease a truck with Prime, they're paying you 80% of the load. I got a buddy of mine, Trucker Will. Everybody on here knows about him. He's over there at Prime. He leases a truck through them. He's getting paid 80% of the load. He does what's called a settlement Friday. Every single Friday, he's putting up his numbers, his paychecks. He is doing phenomenal over there at Prime. So to answer your question, if you need to obtain your CDL, as long as if you are squeaky clean, what I mean by that is your license is clean and your background check is clean, your criminal record, go to Prime to get your CDL and to start out over there. I don't recommend anybody paying $5,000 to go get your CDL when you can get it for free. Now, the other thing is, with that whole thing, I understand that locking you in for a period of time is an issue, but look at it like this: you're getting your experience. Because even if you were to go to Prime and say, for whatever reason, you're not happy at Prime, no matter what company you go to, and this doesn't matter if you obtained your CDL by paying for it or if you obtained it from a company, if you don't have at least a year experience, there's not many people that are going to look at you that are reputable anyways. Now, the company that I was with, Crete, yes, you can go to them after 4 months with 4 months experience, but we don't have a school that helps you obtain your license. We don't have that. But I recommend, like I said, go over to Prime, get your CDL through them if you're squeaky clean, and stick it out for a year. See what happens. I mean, get the 1 year experience at least, because then after 1 year, if you call up any company and you have at least 1 year experience, you're going to automatically be hired on if you're clean. If your license is good and you haven't gotten into any accidents, no tickets or anything like that, your doors are going to open. You'll never have to look for another job. These companies are going to be calling you. And that's something that I tell everybody. If you keep your license clean and stuff like that, you'll never look for another job. You'll never have to. Big country. Are you going back to training when you go back to Crete? No. Trucker Al's training days are over. Crete asked me about, training with them. Oh, I love my new chair. I can kick back and relax. So, Crete asked me about training. Um, and the thing with, I almost considered it only because we don't, like I said, we don't have the school where you obtain your CDL. So, anybody that comes over to Crete or Schaefer already has at least 4 months experience. So they know how to at least operate the truck. So now the only thing that I don't like about being a trainer at Crete is when they bring in their students that need to go through training. Their training is 6 weeks long. So say for example, I became a trainer. If I took a student on that only has 4 months experience, they may end up having to do 6 months of training. Now, for those of you, I know Hilborn there, you were talking about your husband coming over. He may end up having to do a little bit of training, but here's the benefit with doing a little bit of training at Sierra England, or Jesus Christ, at Crete. We pay you $800 a week for training. $800 a week to be in a trainer's truck. So you're still making decent money as you're in training. Now, to me, again, for me to become a trainer, I don't know if I would be happy with having somebody on my truck for 6 weeks. Or being out on the road for 6 weeks. I don't want to be one of those, and I did it with Jeremy and it worked out all right, but I don't want to be one of those trainers where, okay, I pick up a student and then 3 weeks later I go home, but I still have my student with me. So either the student's hanging out in the truck, which would be fine because I now, there's a Walmart literally a quarter of a mile from my house who gave me approval to park my truck there on their property, and everything is right there. So I mean, they've got the gas station there to a store if they need anything from the store. There's a Walmart that they can walk in, and obviously everybody knows everything about Walmart. So I mean, granted they would have access to everything, and it is a 24-hour Walmart, so you'd have your restrooms and whatnot. But I don't feel comfortable bringing a student home with me and then leaving them in the truck and saying, okay, see you later. No, I won't do that. So that is one of the main reasons why I won't become a trainer at Crete. And the other thing is I don't want anybody else in the truck. I mean, I know I bring April out with me and whatnot, and she comes out for a couple of weeks at a time and stuff like that, but that's 2-3 weeks. Now I got to double that and have a student on my truck for 6 weeks? No. My training days are over. This is my training right here. This is how I train people. I'm actually also from New York. Brooklyn. No, I'm on the other side of New York, Max. I'm up in between Buffalo and Syracuse. Martin, will Crete take drivers still in contract? Yes. I did confirm that as well. Yes, they will take drivers that are still in contract. We don't promote it. We don't push it. But yes, they will take you. Yep. That whole horror story where a lot of these companies won't take you because you're in contract with a different company. Some of that is true. But Crete will take you. There are companies out there that'll still take you even if you're in contract. And no, there's not a damn thing the other company can do about it. Yep. Yepper. So Where are we at? Man, that freaking thing is bright. I got a 32-inch TV in here, and for the main screen, that thing is freaking bright. This is why I don't even have the light on in here, because I get enough light on. I got 27-inch monitor here, a 32-inch screen here. I got plenty of light. But I wanted to check out the weather for the next few days out here. Here, you guys want to see what I'm looking at? I'm watching this mess right here. So it looks like about 3 o'clock in the morning it's going to be raining. I'm like right up in this area, this part of New York up in here. Just east of Rochester. Looks like the country's pretty clear. It looks like there's going to be a mess, but that might even be heading into Canada. Oh, well. Nothing to write home about. Let's see. Max, thank you. Appreciate your advice. I do have 2 citations, though. One for improper turn and one for disobeying a pavement marking. Both are 2 points each. Would something like that disqualify me from a company like Prime? That you'd have to check with Prime. Probably not. But, you know, when it comes to Prime, they're difficult to deal with when it comes to little things like that. The best thing you could do is just be honest with them. So when you talk to a recruiter, that would probably be one of the first things that I bring up. Say, hey, listen, before we get into your whole spiel and everything that they have to offer, say, this is what I have on my license. Would this prohibit me from, starting at Prime? And, they'll be honest with you. They'll tell you, well, let's run it and check it and see what it is. And, they would be the ones to tell you whether or not that they would accept you or not. In the event that Prime doesn't, check out CFI. Just because Prime wouldn't accept it doesn't mean that that's prohibiting you from any company. It depends on their insurance and what their rules are. I mean, each company has different rules. But I will tell you this, if you find out that you're striking out at all these companies, call CR England. CR England will take you in a heartbeat. They don't give a shit what you got on there. Let's see. What is the timeline? How much longer till you hit the road? The timeline... Well, if they call me tomorrow, I could probably get the drug testing and everything done tomorrow. Because I do know of a place that I can get it done at tomorrow. So if they get the results back, say Monday, Tuesday, if this all goes through, if I decide to do this, which I'm about 90% there, but we all know things can turn on a dime. But if this all works out, I am thinking by the end of next week, probably Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, I should be back out. Now, Crete did say that if I decided to do this, obviously I got to do the drug test and everything first because I've been home and that's just how they do it. But I would probably be assigned a truck before I even got down there. So I'd probably grab a rental car, throw all my shit in it, drive down there, unload it into the truck, and then as soon as I get set up in the truck, sign on to the PeopleNet, and they'll send me a load over. So it could be as early as mid to late next week. Let's see. LOL, Charlotte doesn't give a shit. No, they don't. I mean, I've actually seen and heard of very recent felons who spent 7, 8, 9 years in jail, just got out of jail 2 weeks ago, and they're at CR England. I mean, I don't know how much of that is true. People do like to talk shit, but, I mean, if that is true, kind of is what it is. Looks like we are going to get some rain in North Carolina. Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, I don't know whereabouts in North Carolina you are, but this is on a spread from now till about 4 o'clock in the morning. But it looks like Pennsylvania is going to get the most of it. Pennsylvania and up into New York. We might even get a little bit of snow tomorrow. Isn't that special? How would everybody, L included, rate England versus CRST for starter companies? Wait a minute. Let me back this up a little bit. Joe, Swift had to pay $15 million for poaching drivers under contract at CRST. It was in TT News back August 16th of 2019. If the company is, as you put it, poaching, if they're out digging at other companies trying to take their recent drivers from them, then I could see where that would come into play. But if a driver turns around and, say for example, a driver starts at CR England, 3 months later says, fuck you, I'm done, and they leave CR England and then turn around and go over to a different company, it is what it is. If they were to come over to Crete, CR England can't do anything to Crete. The driver made his own decision, and Crete didn't do anything to pull that driver from CR England. There's really nothing that anybody can do. But if Swift was going over to other companies trying to steal their recent grads, well, yeah, you can get what you pay for. All right, let's go back to the Martin's question. How would everybody, Al included, rate England versus CRST for starter companies? Personally, from what I hear about CRST, I got a friend of mine that used to work over there. I'd take England over CRST, to be honest with you. I've heard nothing but bad things about CRST, but that was from a ex-driver. But like I said, I mean, I don't want to put CRST down because of one driver who has a bad review on them. Like I said, you're going to get your good and your bad with every company. I can talk to you about CR England, and I can tell you how to be successful at CR England, but CRST, I didn't work there. I didn't go through their training. I don't know what their training process is like. So, I mean, I could tell you that I do have a friend of mine that worked over there, and he had nothing but bad experiences with them. Joe says no go versus no go. Get that at every starter company. Big country's near Jacksonville. Yeah, so you're right near the coast. Yeah, you're going to be getting rain probably about 3 o'clock in the morning is when it's going to start for you, but it's going to be quick. Looks like it's rolling right through it. Let's see. Hilborn, if you fail a drug test, do they let you go? Wait, if you fail a drug test, they do let you go through. They do let you go, though. A guy who was at the school. I mean, I can't fucking read. If you fail the drug test, they do let you go. A guy who was at the school with my husband failed hair follicle, and he got sent home. Any company will send you home for a failed drug test. Now, oh my God. If you fail a drug test, I'm telling you right now, you're fucked. For at least 5 years. You will not get any commercial driving job if you fail a drug test. And the thing is like this guy here, like Hilborn saying, somebody took a drug test and failed it. That goes on your record. CR England will put that on your record, and you are fucked. Oh. You know, I love it when people, you know, and this is one of the few times where, you know, somebody will piss me off in a YouTube video, is when they sit there and say, hey, do they drug test? Here's my answer to that. If you have to fucking ask if they drug test, this job ain't for you. Get off the road. If you're doing drugs and stuff like that, the last thing you need to be driving is a tractor trailer. So anybody that asks me if they drug test, first of all, even if they don't, I'm going to tell you yes. And they will send you home and you will fail. And if you have to ask, oh, that shit just pisses me off. Let's see. Companies with CDL training that I was looking at were following TMC, Maverick, and was looking Rail the other night. Out of those three, I tell you right now, go to Rail. Rail has a phenomenal training program. They take care of their drivers. And, yeah, you'd be better off at Rail. Skeletor, what's going on, buddy? Hello, sir. I hope you're feeling better. Feeling better than I was. I'm not 100%, but definitely better than what I was. You need to decide what type of driving you want to do. Flatbed is hard work. Yep, flatbed will definitely put you into shape. Billy knows that. Billy tried that whole flatbed gang. Me personally, I won't do it because, well, it's a lot easier to set a reefer than it is pulling tarps, and yeah, I'm all set. No, some people like the flatbed stuff. I'm not going to say anything bad about it. It's just not for me. Let's see. April and Skull. He's feeling better, but no, I got it. Yeah, April's catching it. She caught it. Martin, also depends on where you live for hiring. CRST and CFI wouldn't touch me because of western Nebraska. I'm actually surprised CFI wouldn't touch you because you're out of Nebraska, because they've got a lot of freight that runs out of Texas. You know, most places will hire you, you know, if they're the type of company that does all the 48 states, they'll pretty much hire you pretty much out of anywhere. The hardest place that I've noticed, you know, with a lot of these companies is North Dakota and South Dakota. I don't know why, but a lot of these companies won't touch it. You know, anybody out of those two states. Now, who just said something about Maverick? Companies with CL train that I was looking for. Max. We just called Maverick a couple days ago. If you look at a couple of videos down, I think it's one or two videos down from this one, we called Maverick over the phone. Don't recommend them. You can listen to that phone conversation and what they had to offer. Definitely check out that video if you were looking into Maverick. Let's see. Martin, I heard hair is a company thing, not DOT. Possibly. But, you know, most of the companies, I mean, I even had to do a hair follicle at Crete. Crete definitely does hair follicle. But again, I mean, if you're afraid that you're going to fail a drug test, truck driving's not for you. That's how I feel about it. Let's see. I'll be leaving out OTR Sunday night. Awesome. Hello, Al. Are you planning on coming back? Planning? It's in the works. We'll see. We're communicating. The possibility is there. UFO, what's going on? That's probably recruiters. Recruiters, everyone. They email getting drug addicts who've been clean for 3 weeks. Yeah. Well, the other thing is, I mean, we all know about the marijuana industry, and, you know, I know some places it's legal, and, you know, a lot of these people think, oh, I live in Colorado and it's legal to smoke here, so, it is what it is. Yeah, it's legal. You can smoke all you want in Colorado. Doesn't mean the company has to accept you. Just because it's legal in Colorado, companies make up their own rules. And if a company says that, if you fail a drug test that they refuse to hire you, then it is what it is. What's more important to you, your career or getting high? April, my little ass, been sick for a week. Yep, same here. It started out slow with me, and then all of a sudden I woke up one morning and it kicked my ass. It it seems that it gets worse at night. Like right around now is where I'm gonna start feeling like crap. Holy crap! It's almost 10 o'clock already. Let's see. Don't eat anything that contains poppy seeds if you are going to take a drug test. No, do you have any idea how many poppy seeds you would need to have in order to fail a drug test? You would need a lot. There ain't anybody in the right mind. I don't think I've ever heard of somebody failing a drug test because of poppy seeds. You would have to have a huge amount in order for that to catch up on a drug test. Let's see. April, yeah, the flu is hitting hard this year. Lots of fluids. Yep. Dayquil and Gatorade. I always get a flu shot. Well, that's just like everything else. I've never had the flu shot. Never. Every single person that I've known that's, in fact, me and my cousin just had this argument not that long ago. And funny little story behind that whole flu shot bullshit. First of all, I think it's a money scam. And like I said, everybody that I know that gets the flu shot, shortly thereafter ends up with the flu. And, my cousin was telling me, he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to get the flu shot today. And we had this argument. And I told him, I said, don't be surprised you get the flu. Yeah, a week and a half later, he was out. Ended up pulling him out of work and everything. He was hurting. I said, well, keep getting the flu shot, dumbass. I've never had one in my whole entire life. And I mean, when I get... Now, see, I used to think the flu, stomach bug, throwing up, coming out both ends at the same time, that to me is the flu. What I just went through was just a bad cold. So, to me, this cold, the cold kicked my ass, for sure. Let's see, Martin, I was too far west. Usually, especially if you're doing OTR, usually they'll pretty much hire anybody. April, my girlfriend just told me about the flu epidemic. Yeah, that shit ain't no joke. Let's see, sister, Florida. What about Florida? Did I miss something? CR does random hair test. The funny thing with that, I mean, even the year and a half that I was with CR England, when I first started there, obviously they did the drug test, and then 2 days later, I started there on a Monday. Now, this is the school. I started there on a Monday, and on Wednesday, I got pulled off of the field to go do a random, because apparently the computer generated it. So I ended up taking 2 drug tests in a matter of 48 hours. And, but other than that, I never got called in to do another one. And now the only time that I've ever been drug tested is to start with a new company, which to me, it doesn't matter anyways. I'm perfectly fine, so I'm not concerned about it. But, I'm glad that they do these drug testing. People who are doing drugs should not be out on the road. I'm sorry, it is what it is. It's state legal, not federal. Exactly. UFOs, 10,000. What's 10,000? 10,000 likes on here? Wouldn't that be nice? I always get sick when I get the shot. Yep. Somebody probably blamed a failure on poppy seeds. Yeah, no, that ain't gonna fly. You would need buckets of poppy seeds in order to fail a drug test. Martin, no heroin for me, I guess. Yeah, no. Let's see. I haven't gotten a shot in years, and I just try to eat healthy and keep my immune system strong. Now, see, I don't eat healthy. I really don't. I eat whatever I want to eat when I want to eat it, and it is what it is. But, I mean, sometimes, I mean, like this year here, I mean, if I had to get a cold, I'd much rather get the cold than when I get what I consider the flu. Like I said, the whole stomach bug thing and all that. Because when I get that, I'm automatically hospitalized. And the reason for that is because my system completely releases everything out of me. And what I mean by that is I dehydrate instantly. It happened to me 2 years ago on Christmas morning. I woke up at 2 o'clock in the morning and I knew immediately that I had the flu. And I drove myself directly to the hospital. Every time there was one time years ago when I ended up with the flu, I ended up unconscious because I was so dehydrated. And luckily enough, somebody was there with me and they realized what had happened. They called 911. Ambulance came. I woke up in the hospital completely dehydrated. And so now it's actually in the system that, any of the hospitals, especially in this area, when it actually says in the computer system that if I come in with the flu, that this was what needs to be done. And I end up with 4 bags of saline and a hefty dose of what's called Dilaudid. So, yeah, when I get the flu, it's no joke. Let's see. Either that or food poisoning. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had food poisoning. Although I think my ex-wife was poisoning me. But that's a whole nother story. I popped positive on a drug test by eating a poppy seed muffin 2 days before they tested me the next day, and I was cleared. One muffin with poppy seeds is not going to give a false positive. Then impossible. You know what? Let's play with this. Oh. Google? Let's see what Google's got to say. How much poppy seed are needed to fail a drug test? The Department of Health and Human Services raised the limit to 2,000 nanograms per millimeter, meaning, according to one forensic scientist whom the New York Times interviewed, that you could eat 3 large poppy seed bagels and still pass the test. Look at the amount of seeds that are on these bagels. Can poppy seeds cause a positive drug test? When you hear about poppy seeds causing a false positive on a drug test, you might think that it's a myth. However, research and evidence shows that poppy seeds can appear on screening results. Eating food that contains poppy seeds can cause you to fail a drug test even if you don't use opiates. Let's see. Do poppy seeds cause drug test failure? Because of the poppy seed harvesting process and drug testing methods, poppy seeds can cause a failed drug test. In a recent case, a Maryland mother received a false positive while giving birth. She ate a poppy seed bagel that morning. Since she received a positive result, her baby had to stay in the hospital for the next 5 days. To prove her innocence, she had to write a letter to the hospital citing research on poppy seeds. Her case worker closed the file after seeing the evidence. So I guess it is possible. We got to research this stuff. There we go. How many poppy seeds does it take to get a positive result? Opium milk can appear in high enough concentrations to show in tests, even when it doesn't cause drug-like effects. Laboratory screens on a threshold basis, meaning that a positive result appears at a specific concentration or higher. According to some research, 1 teaspoon of poppy seeds can produce results as high as 1,200 nanograms per millimeter. Tests can have different thresholds set for morphine. In the case mentioned in the previous section, the hospital tested for a threshold of 300 nanograms per millimeter. So I guess it depends on, what they're actually testing for. Wow. How long do poppy seeds stay in your system? 12 to 48 hours. Well, everybody knows about the poppy seed epidemic, so my suggestion is eat a plain bagel. At least they were nice enough to retest you afterwards. Let's see. They piss test me twice as well. Yep. Let's see. Tony, what's going on, buddy? How you doing? What's up, buddy? Get well soon. Yeah, appreciate it. I'm getting there. Slowly but surely. Jeremy emailed you with the new FMCSA DOT Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse registration for any getting a job in 2020. Try send a link in comments. Would not let me. Alrighty. Hang on. Let's bring that up because that'll be interesting. If I signed into the right account. Chucker Al. Firecracker. Nope, that was the email from earlier. Clearinghouse. Here we go. What the hell is this? Federal Motor Carrier Safety Act Administration Drug and Hall Clearinghouse. Register now. Yeah, I'm all set with this registration shit. Let's see, January 6, 2020, clearinghouse implementation. Mandatory use of a clearinghouse goes into effect. Employers must report certain drug and alcohol program violations and can conduct electronic queries in the clearinghouse. Manual inquiries with previous employers are still required to cover the preceding 3 years. Yeah, I'm not going to register into that just yet. Let's see. No heroin plants are from poppy seeds. Let's see. I always wondered why vets would hand out Poppy Friend. And I always ask myself, isn't this like heroin opium? You never know what you're going to get. Kendall, how you doing? Appreciate you coming in. I'm just telling you what happened to me when I took a drug test after eating the poppy seed muffin. True facts, I'm telling you. It happened when I was going through truck driver training in Millis. Yeah, I mean, it even said there in Google that, you could fail it. I mean, you were lucky enough that, they held on to you and gave you the option to retest. I mean, that you're really lucky for. I mean, they could have took that failed drug test and, just threw that on your record and sent you home and not even, give you the benefit of the doubt, but, luckily enough for you that, that all worked out. What is Poppy Friend? Those little wire fabric flowers. Yeah, I don't know. I've typically, if I eat bagels, they're all plain bagels anyways, but it just makes you wonder how many people fail a drug test and blame it on poppy seeds. And I mean, obviously, if it's only in your system for 12 to 48 hours, where marijuana sticks in your system for 30 days, if they give you the benefit of the doubt and they, retest you a few days later and you come back clean, then yeah, it's probably true. But, yeah. Crazy shit out there. Yeah, buddy. How many likes are we up to? 29. Nice. You guys are freaking awesome. Thomas Everything Bagels. Yeah. Just don't get drug tested within 48 hours. You guys are making me hungry. Talking about these bagels. Almost want to go find a Bruegger's. Oh, Bruegger's plain bagel with butter, toasted. Oh, holy fatness, Batman. Out. Yeah. So, yeah, back to the main topic. Now that we caught up on the comments and questions and whatnot. Yeah, me going back to the road. I just gave you cake and ice cream. Yeah, I know, but the bear's still hungry. I mean, they're talking about food. We're all gonna get arrested for carrying poppy seed muffins in the cab. Yeah. You know, it's funny you say that because here's the sad thing is if you turn around and get into an accident or something like that and they, DOT does an inspection on your truck and they find shit like that, oh, the shit you're going to have to go through. Got any brownies, April? No, there's no brownies. Clean or otherwise. Oh, I've been home, 2 weeks, and I've been offered it, different stuff 3 different times. And it's just sad. It really is. Yeah. But anyways, I have a license to protect. My license is my world. I mean, I don't have anything other than my license. And I mean, if I was to lose my license, oh, I'd be so screwed. I don't have any, education or anything like that. I didn't do the whole college thing, and I mean, where I was, back in my younger years, it was more. I was thrown out of a couple of different schools and stuff like that. So I ended up quitting school at 16 and working from the very next day on. And, yeah, it was rough. Make sure you all subscribe to the Trucker Rail Gaming channel. Yeah, I'm not pushing that right now. Only because I'm not sure if I'm going to continue that on YouTube or not. I've thought about it. Now, I'm still on the fence with that whole thing. I mean, I am going to continue to, obviously play my games, and I have the Elgato capture card, so even if I do go out on the road, I have my PS4 games that I like to play, and I'll probably record them and post them somewhere. I'm just on the fence whether or not it's going to be YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. So, I don't know yet. That's why I'm not pushing any of the gaming channels that I'm starting up, but we'll see. Joe, the drug tester, asked me what I ate prior to testing, and when I told her about eating the poppy seed muffin, they said that will trigger a false positive on the test. Nice. I'm in the same boat. ATM. What's the worst highway to travel in this great country? The worst highway to travel? As far as road conditions, the 40. As far as traffic, Dallas. Oh, I hate Dallas. I hate driving in Dallas. I mean, the city itself is beautiful, especially at nighttime. It's all lit up real nice. Although my favorite city to drive through at night is, believe it or not, the best looking city to drive through at night that I have seen out on the road. You guys will never guess. Let's play that game. Anybody want to guess? What's the best looking lit up city? And no, it's not Vegas. Vegas is nice. I'll give it that. But is outside of Vegas. Obviously, Vegas has every freaking light imaginable. But outside of Vegas, as far as, the general cities of the country, the best looking, I don't think anybody would even guess it. April probably knows because I probably said it to her, so don't ruin it. Let's see. Worst highway to travel? Yeah, the 40. I can make brownies, but I'm not feeling the greatest. No, we don't need brownies. You need to relax. But then you can lick the bowl when you're done. Oh, that's the best part. Worst highway is I-80 because it's boring as shit. Well, it depends on where you are on the 80. I mean, if once you get out of Illinois, yeah, it tends to get a little boring, but you get a lot of miles. Nope, not Pittsburgh. Definitely not Pittsburgh. The 40 east of Oklahoma, yeah. The 40 in general. I mean, the road conditions just suck. New York City, nope, not my favorite. You won't catch me driving in New York City anyway. I know that's not the right answer, but no, Nome, Alaska, no, never been there. Memphis, Cincinnati, Jeremy got it. Cincinnati, believe it or not. Cincinnati is absolutely stunning at nighttime, the way it's all lit up. I love driving through Cincinnati at night. Yep. Memphis? No, I'm not a fan of Tennessee, to be honest with you. I had a situation happen to me in Tennessee, and yeah, no, I don't like Tennessee at all. I won't even, if I can avoid it, I won't even stop in Tennessee. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Little bastards. No, no, no. The worst highway is in Louisiana. Worst road in the entire U.S. What highway are you talking about? Of course, I'm from the Buckeye. It's Cincinnati's. It's very beautiful to drive through at night. I mean, I just the way it's lit up and the city just looks. I remember driving through Cincinnati and I was just in awe. Oh, Al bodied someone in Tennessee. Damn near. I would have killed that little shit. So, in a nutshell, I had stopped in Tennessee. I was right in Knoxville at a Love's, and oy vey. Stopped there at night, parked, and then it was probably 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I got up, went in, and I'm going, doing what I got to do in the store. And then all of a sudden, I get this kid that looks at me, and I knew instantly what was about to happen. The younger kids, one was 13, I think, the other one was 15 or something like that. And the younger one, he had the fear of God in him. I mean, you could just tell by looking at his face, the kid was scared for some reason. But he turns around and he just randomly grabs something off the shelf and he looks at me. He goes, "Sir, can you tell me what the price of this is?" And I mean, it was right there. But like I said, I instantly knew what the hell was going to happen. And then all of a sudden, I feel this sharp poke in my back, and I feel somebody, picking at my pants pocket trying to grab my wallet. And when I turned around and realized it was a kid, he, trying to put me up at knife point, I beat the piss out of this kid. And the 13-year-old went running, and another truck driver stopped him at the door, caught onto him. I'm sitting there beating the piss out of this other kid. The manager comes over, kicks the knife away, and then, he's trying to convince me to stop hitting this kid. And I was hitting him enough to where I was going to take him out. I mean, it pissed me right off. I mean, it's like, I fucking created this game. Don't play this bullshit. But cops ended up showing up, and they took the kids into custody and stuff like that. And I decided not to press charges. It turns out they were brothers or whatever, and they should have been in school. They weren't. And then the cop was telling me that, the kids, they live with their grandmother and whatnot. So I told the cop, I said, "Listen, I mean, I'm not going to press charges on the kids or anything like that. I beat the piss out of the one." And I says, "Just take them home to Grandma." I says, "Tell Grandma what these kids just did." And now, from where I grew up, I mean, I know what this kid's grandmother is going to do to him when he gets home in a cop car, first of all. And then when the cop tells Grandma what their grandboys did, Grandma's going to fuck him up. And to me, I felt that after what I just did to this kid and what his grandmother's about to do to him, that should be punishment enough. And, yeah, that's why I can't stand Tennessee. What's your pick for the worst scale house? One that's open. I've never really had any bad experiences at the scale house. I mean, I'm usually in and out. I've never. Here's a little fact for you. In all my years of driving commercial vehicles, now I've been driving commercial vehicles for over 20 years, and I have, knock on wood, I'm going to knock a whole shitload of times, I've never once been inspected. Never. I mean, I've been pulled in, obviously if the weight scales are open, I pull in or whatever. But even at DOT checkpoints, especially here in New York, they set up all over the place. I've never been pulled over by DOT. And the DOT checkpoints, I've been pulled in, they'll look at me and just wave me on. I've never once been inspected. So I don't have anything bad to say about it yet. But, I'm sure my day's coming. I'm sure I'll get inspected. But, again, driving for a company, I mean, it is what it is. Well, if you're headed back out, you should do you gotta stop and eat here thing. Yeah, if I find a place that's worth doing that for. I mean, as you all know, I'm a loves freak. I love my loves. I mean, I don't know. I prefer to stop at a Love's because they have anything and everything. Their showers are clean. And, I mean, I went on a little stretch where, for some reason, I think I was, like, running into one shithole after another, when it comes to the Love's. But for the most part, I mean, their showers, I miss it. I miss their showers. The water pressure, nonstop hot water. Oh, I almost can't wait. I almost want to. I mean, unfortunately, there's not a Love's anywhere near here in New York. I think there's only one or two Love's in the whole entire state of New York. But um, I almost can't wait to go to a Love's so I can go freaking take a shower there. I mean, the water pressure here at this house, I mean, I could piss a faster stream. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, as far as doing a you should eat here thing, I mean, Arby's, Wendy's, Burger King, McDonald's, Taco Bell, Subway. Ugh, I hate Subway. But if I could find a decent place, yeah, I should look into that. I'm big on steakhouses. That's something that I've always wanted to do, and I should probably do that. You know what? Maybe you got me thinking now. Especially if I'm stopping on a 34 reset, because we all know I love those. I may take an Uber to a steakhouse. Maybe I'll do that. Wherever I stop to do a 34 reset, I'll look up the nearest steakhouse, go to the steakhouse, have a real nice steak dinner, and see if I can find the best one. So far, Texas Roadhouse. Oh, my favorite all-time place to eat. I love meat, but steak, oh, Texas Roadhouse. My mouth is watering just thinking about it. Let's see. The one going east through Shreveport. I believe that's where it is. The road is so damn bumpy, I thought my truck was going to break apart. Shreveport, Louisiana? Is that where you're talking? I don't know. I just know on the 40, I mean, I've had stuff fall off the shelves. Um, oh, I know the 40. I hate the 40. The Van Buren, Arkansas way station is my least favorite. Arkansas is desperate for money. All states are desperate for money. But like I said, I mean, there's been a couple of times where I knew I was overweight. I mean, say for example, like on my steers or on my drives, I may have been over by 500-600 pounds, and I mean nobody's ever messed with me. I mean, typically, yeah, nobody's really ever messed with me. Never really had any issues. I heard something about pot roast at a place called Country Pride. I've seen the Country Prides. I've never been to one. Pot roast. Oh. I only inspected once at a rest area inspection. I only got inspected because he could hear air leak but couldn't find the air leak. I couldn't hear it after I restarted the truck. Yeah. You got to understand, these guys are cops. I mean, they hear what they want to hear. They want to, I think that one there, that situation there, it's almost like, I think they wanted to see what kind of attitude you had. But, I don't know. Who knows? That one will damn near open the door for you and kick your ass out of the truck itself. Yeah. Good thing for air ride seats. Country Pride is at the TA. Oh, yeah. I did eat there once, but I just had a breakfast. I'm a big breakfast person. I mean, I can stop somewhere at 5, 6 o'clock at night and eat breakfast. I mean, usually if I end up into a little restaurant like that, I'm usually getting an omelet and pancakes. What road was it that I almost fell out of bed? I have no idea. No clue. I mean, we could sit here all day. And here, let me see if I can bring this up. I'll show you guys something. It's actually funny. Oh no, these are just the live cameras. Hang on. See if I can. Yeah, it's not going to show it. But even if you look at a map. Oh yeah, here we go. Here, look at this. This is why the roads are the way that they are. See all these little yellow triangles? That's all construction. Every single one of these. So, I mean, these roads are shit in general. I mean, there's been times where, and that's like the worst part of my day is driving down some of these roads. And it's just shaking nonstop, this, that, and the other. And it's, it'll get you to the point where you just don't like truck driving because these roads are horrible. And, you would think with the technology that we have nowadays, I mean, we're sending people out of space. We got cell phones that'll do everything but wipe your ass. I mean, the technology that we have nowadays, but yet there's still not a product out there that they can put down on these roads to keep them smooth. Why is that? That's the question of the day. Was it in Tennessee? Yeah. Probably. Think we went to Country Pride when I got the sausage and biscuits. Yeah, maybe. Leaf spring versus air ride trucks. Is there a big difference? I've been researching and prep for buying a truck. No. I mean, you're going to bounce out of your seat no matter if you got leaf spring or air ride or both. I could hear the air leak and thought my goose was cooked. So I dodged a bullet on that inspection. Yeah. Yeah. It could have been probably something with one of the airlines going from the truck to the trailer, the little rubber seal in there. I remember I picked up a trailer once, and when I released the brakes to the trailer, I could hear it from inside the cab. It was, and I could even see it in the gauge. I mean, the air compressor was struggling to keep enough air in the tanks for me to, have brakes and whatnot. And when I was going down the road is when I started hearing it, when other vehicles are passing, you hear psst, psst, sound effects. But after I got scaled, I jumped out of the truck and, obviously I pulled the brakes. I jumped out of the truck and I released it. And I had noticed that part of the rubber seal was, pushed in. So I just pulled that back out, put it back on, and it was fine ever since. But a lot of times if you got an air leak in that, once you pull the brakes for the trailer, it'll stop the leak. Or you'll stop hearing the leak. April, that's every country pride. Yeah. Yeah. Air ride is mostly trailers. I think the truck CR has our leaf. Yeah, but everybody's, like if you look at the cab, in the back of the cab you got your shocks and then you have two airbags underneath that, which if you guys have Freightliner, Cascadias, everything, I believe from 17 till now there's actually a recall on the shock part of it, not the airbag, the actual shock on the back of the cab, where it mounts to the cab. And I actually had this problem with one of the Freightliners that I had, but where the shock mounts to the cab, it starts to rip up because these freaking roads are so damn horrible. So what they're doing is they take the shock off and they put a metal bracket behind it and then mount it back on. And it helps support it because that part where the shock mounts into the cab, that part of the cab is so thin that, and with these road conditions, it just rips them. Freightliner actually has a recall out on it now. If ended up being an airline to my airbag that was leaking. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, like I said, the way that these road conditions are nowadays, it's ridiculous. I mean, this is why I don't understand how the hell drivers are falling asleep while driving. I mean, very few roads are smooth enough to where that would even be possible. I mean, these freaking roads. I mean, that's one thing I'm not looking forward to is getting back out on these roads. For that reason. I mean, there's been so many days where it got to the point to where I shut down because of the road condition. I'm just nonstop bouncing around the truck, nonstop going and going and going, and it's like, you know what? Fuck this, I'm done. And just tomorrow's another day. And the other thing that, what people don't understand, when they're driving in their cars, and I've been in this situation before, especially like the 81, when I come home from Pennsylvania or whatever, when April picks me up, I go down to 81 all the time in my truck. Especially, coming out of Syracuse, I'll jump down to the 81. The 81 will take you all the way down to Georgia. But it's like in the truck, it will damn near, like they were saying, it'll bounce you out of the fucking seat. I turn around, take the same road in the Durango, smooth as glass. And it's just, people don't understand, and these counties and whatnot, these states don't really know what it's like to drive down these roads in these trucks, because they drive down it in their car and it's perfectly fine. They're not feeling it. You turn around and put them in a semi truck. I wanted to do a video. I was gonna set up, and I should probably do it with my phone because this piece of shit iPhone XR doesn't have video stabilization, as we all know. But I was gonna set the phone up on almost like a wire, hang it from something like one of the top bunk or something like that, and just have the phone sitting there, press record, and go drive. And this way you're going to see every single bump. You're going to see the camera jumping all day long. That's what it's like in a truck. It's sad. It really is. But this is I think about this shit all the time. It's like all this technology and all of this that we have, and yet we still can't come up with a product for, to make these roads stay smooth, to where they don't have to fix them every 3 months. I mean, they lay down asphalt or concrete, and 2 months later, they're ripping everything that they just did. They're ripping it back up because, we forgot to put a line in or a wire in or something like that. And now they got to turn around and patch it. And now they do this all the way down the road for 10, 15, 20 miles, and now your truck's doing this all the way down the road. It just makes no freaking sense to me. Well, yeah, buddy. 31 likes. Nice. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, appreciate everybody's support. I really do. Alright, guys, one more, and we're gonna call it a night. Yep. Oi. So yeah, tomorrow morning I'm kind of hoping to hear back from Crete, and we'll see what happens from there. It's pretty much where I'm at with that. I spent a lot of time thinking about stuff. Whether or not I just want to continue doing what I'm doing here. Coming out here on YouTube and making these videos and helping people out. It's, my favorite thing in the world. Or, I could still do this out on the road. I can probably do it more often out on the road. But, even getting the driving footage and stuff like that. Eddie Nelson, when you go back out on the road, when you go, what the hell you're going to be driving for? Wait a minute, what? When you go back out on the road, when you go, what the hell you're going to be driving for? I don't understand the question. Did you say, who the hell am I going to be driving for? Eddie's drunk. If you're asking who the hell am I going to be driving for, I'm going to be driving for Crete. Who and what company are you going to be driving for when you go back out? Crete. I'm not going anywhere else. I mean, if you've watched any of my videos, I mean, you hear me talking about Crete. And, I mean, even when I left Crete, I didn't leave for anything that they did. Um, Crete didn't do anything to me in a negative way. Even, with the whole leaving process, with Crete, I mean, everything was completely and 100% done with respect on both ends. And so, I mean, I don't have anything negative to say about them. So, and I even said before, when I made the decision to go home, that in the event that I was to go back out on the road, that I'd be going back to Crete. I won't even waste my time looking at other companies and stuff like that. Crete would, as far as the whole truck driving career, Crete is my home. They're the ones that they got me hooked. They really do. Yeah, I think about it all the time, and like I said, I can't say anything negative bad about them. So it is what it is. You know, things change in life. People change. Things change. I mean, you could sit here and plan on one thing, and I'm not a religious person by any means, but you know, God looks at you and says, "All right, you want to plan on that? Well, here, we're gonna change that on you." It is what it is. I know when I came home, I had no intentions on going back out on the road, but shit changes. It's truck driving is definitely in my blood. There's obviously no doubt about that. I mean, it's a career that I absolutely love doing. I enjoy doing it, but it's more, in my situation, it's more of a mental thing. Um, I think, a lot of things were happening in my own personal life to where it got me where I wasn't enjoying, being out on the road anymore. And, then I turn around and, think that the grass is greener on the other side and go home. And then, once being at home, I made some changes here. I ended up changing my cell phone number. Nobody in my family has it. Um, and it's just eliminating a lot of the bullshit out of my life is what I'm trying to do. And, my family is full of bullshit. And they're overfull of bullshit. And I'm not the type of person that holds back. I'm not going to sit there and let somebody, walk on me and I'm just going to hold it in and just accept it for what it is. No, I don't care who you are, especially family. I believe that family should be, with you through thick and thin and, should be by your side and be willing to, help you out in any way possible. That's what family's about. And, you know, I'm finding that my family, and when I mean family, it's what I look at and what I define as family, are my friends. I have a few select friends that are there for me whenever I need them. And it could be just to have a simple talk, it could be anything. My family does nothing but stab you in the back and talk shit about you. And, if you're not good for them, then, you know, they don't want nothing to do with you. But, eliminating the bullshit is what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks. And I feel that now that I've eliminated a lot of the bullshit, maybe I can get back to enjoying what I was doing. Let's see. April, I'm going to game before bed. Have a great night, everyone. Oh boy. I mean, she's coming in here. Look out. Do you have automatic restriction on your license? Yes. On my Class A, yes. When I had my Class B, no. Chucker Al, is it truck driving or diesel in the blood? um, I would say truck driving. Because there's a lot of things that I could do about diesel, with diesel out here. But I choose not to. If I'm going here's the way that I look at it. If I'm going to work for somebody, for a company, if I'm going to work in general instead of sitting home doing YouTube videos every day, living off of YouTube money and donations and things like that. And I mean, yes, I probably could make this work. Um, you know, living off of the support I get from you guys and what YouTube is paying out and whatnot. I mean, I could probably do okay with it, but to me, this isn't working. I enjoy this. This is more like a hobby for me. Um, and but I enjoyed truck driving. I enjoyed being out on the road. I enjoyed being across the country or anywheres in the country other than here in New York. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed not knowing where I was going next. That was my favorite part of truck driving. So there's a lot of good things about it. I meet a lot of interesting people out on the road. And like I said, there's a group of us that, we have different apps and everything that, we could see where each other's at. And, it seems to happen more often in the Northeast, which is where I try to stay away from, being out on the road. But I mean, meeting up with different people, it's just, I don't know. There's so many things that I enjoy about being out on the road. And I think one of the biggest things, if I can get everything to work properly, is making the videos. Believe it or not, it's, doing those vlogs that I used to do, seeing the road, getting road footage. I've got $1,000 drone. I got a DJI Maverick Pro. And I think I've had that thing up in the air maybe 5 times. But, I wanted to implement that more into the videos, get some more sights. The sunrises, the sunsets, the weather, driving through thunderstorms and getting the lightning shots. I love doing that stuff. So, it's just, I've had a couple of some of my viewers, you guys, where I'll walk into a truck stop and somebody takes one, looks at me and says, "Hey, Trucker Al." I've never seen this person before in my life. I don't get to see you guys. You guys get to see me all the time. So you guys, if you guys saw me at a Love's or something, because that's typically where I'm at, you guys would recognize me, or you'd hear my voice. I mean, I know a lot of people talk about my voice. I like Nip 34. His wife apparently loves my voice, but I've actually had people come up to me and say, "Hey, Trucker Al, how you doing?" And I'm looking at, I hate doing it, and I don't realize it until after the fact. But I'm looking at you like, who the hell are you? Understand? I don't get to see you guys. You guys get to see me. But I mean, I've had it happen a couple of times where somebody will come up to me at Love's and say, "Hey, aren't you Trucker Al?" And it's like, "Yeah, who are you?" "Oh, I watch you on YouTube all the time." You kid, dude. I think that gives me the best feeling that anybody can ever have. And seeing that somebody recognized me from my videos, and I get to meet them in person. That's happened to me a couple of times. I won't sleep that night. I mean, I just nonstop think about it. I think about how great that is. And I mean, like I said, it's doing these videos and getting the road footage, and and I've said it in the past. You know how many people that are probably here watching that will never get the chance to travel? And like I said, my favorite city to drive through at night is Cincinnati because of how beautiful it is. I will get road footage of that. I'll get, if I know that I'm driving through Cincinnati, or like what I did with, the one at Las Vegas. I did a video on that. You guys can go check that one out. And I was lucky enough to have April with me, and she was lucky enough to experience this. We drove through Las Vegas at the nighttime. It was actually early morning, but it was still dark out, so she got to see the lights. People who don't have the means to travel, or for whatever reason can't travel, gets to see the country through our videos, through my videos. I freaking love that. And, that's why I started getting the road footage. And, the other thing you got to understand is the guy that I used to watch, that's what he did in his videos. The guys that I was watching, they would do a lot of road footage. Now, the one that in particular that I'm talking about, I used to watch, he's based out of Canada. I'm never up in Canada. But it's absolutely beautiful, the scenery that he's driving through. And it's like, okay, I may never drive through Canada, but I still get to see it. And that was huge for me. So that's why I started doing the vlogs with the driving footage. Now, I get a lot of people that, some people say they like it, some people say that they don't like it. And I understand it. And I mean, if you're one of those types of people that don't like the road footage, or, you think it's boring, that's fine. I'm sorry that you don't like it, but again, there are people that do. I had somebody that ended up messaging me telling me that they'll sit there and listen to me do the talking part in the beginning, and then once I start driving, they fast forward it to where I show up again to start talking because they don't want to see any part of the driving footage. And, like I said, I mean, I do it for different reasons, and if it's not something that you enjoy, sorry, but I'm going to continue to do it. It is what it is. So, yeah, there's that rant. Trucker L, let's see, got that one. I hope and pray I get to eventually shake hands with great guy like you in person. Martin, I appreciate that. I hope I get to shake your hand as well. I love meeting people. I mean, especially, people that, watch me here on YouTube, and, I just, yeah. I mean, you guys could, and I wouldn't even get mad about it. I mean, if somebody, recognized my truck from the truck number from the videos or whatever, if you guys come out to me in the middle of the night and knock on my truck because you want to meet me, by all means, I won't even get mad at you. Just give me a minute to get dressed, because I don't sleep dressed. I had someone giving me hell about having automatic restriction on my license. Yeah, don't worry about them. Don't worry about it, because in the next few years, everybody's going to have automatics, so it ain't going to matter. Unless you own your own truck and you're driving an older version truck, it ain't going to matter. See, this is what I hate about people. They look at it because, you're driving an automatic. They tell you, well, you're not even a truck driver. When just because you're shifting gears doesn't make you any less of a truck driver than anybody else. That's what I call super truckers. Don't listen. I mean, people are going to talk shit no matter what you do. Don't let it bother you. Look at it like this. When you're 60 years old, you're still going to have a left knee. As they're sitting in the surgery getting their left knee fucking replaced. Christmas lights decorated in different parts of the country. Or leaves changing colors in the fall in different parts. I'm truly proud. I have been to 47 of the 48 states. Yeah, Martin, that's like my favorite thing in the world. Fall time. Watching the leaves change and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, it is a beautiful country. It really is. Here, I'll wrap this whole entire country up real quick. We live in a beautiful country that's treated like shit by shitty people. There you have it. It's a country full of shitty people that treat this country like shit. And I mean, yep, truck drivers included. In fact, truck drivers are probably the most disgusting sons of bitches out there. You go into any one of these truck stops. In fact, there is a Love's right, bear with me, it's brand freaking new. It's right on the border of Alabama and I believe Mississippi. A brand new Love's. I've watched this place be built. In fact, countless times I pulled in because they left the fuel pumps open. So when you pulled into this Love's, that's all it was. There was a trailer and then fuel pumps. And all the rest was dirt. Because they took everything down and they were rebuilding this whole Love's. So I've been through there countless times getting fuel and whatnot. And then the next time I go back and then the building is up. And then the next time I go back, part of the parking lot's paved. Then the next time I went back and the garage was up. So I practically watched this place being built. So the last time that I was there, it was completed. Brand new Love's, brand new parking lot, brand new shop. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful Love's. They did a fantastic job with this place. So I go and I park my truck and I get out. I'm going in to take a shower and I'm looking around. And there is nothing but garbage all over the ground from the truck drivers. You'll see little bags of garbage, like, of course, Love's or, the little plastic bags. They fill them up with garbage throughout their drive or whatever. And instead of putting them in the fucking garbage cans that are laid out across the property, there's like a garbage can every 50 feet. No, these fat, lazy bastards just open up their window and just drop it out. I'm telling you right now, if I find or if I catch a driver that's doing that, I swear to God on everything holy, I am going to knock you the fuck out. I can't fucking stand that. One of my first videos, if you scroll down all the videos, one of my first videos that I did on YouTube was, we talked about this. These places, Love's, I don't give a shit where they are. Love's, Pilot, TAs, Petros. These truck stops are doing everything that they possibly can to provide for us. Now, we all know as truck drivers, we're very limited to what we have out on the road. There's only so many places you can park a truck and have access to bathrooms, food, drinks, a clean place to take a shit. So, you have these guys, and, there was a conversation we'll get to, but, I mean, these truck stops are doing what they can to provide for us. They're providing parking, your showers, a restroom, trying to keep a clean restroom. And yet, all these truck drivers are doing are fucking trashing these places. There's freaking toilet paper all over the floors in the restrooms. There was a gentleman that walked in, it was the Love's, and this was just recently, a couple weeks ago. And I'm standing there washing my hands, and one of the workers comes in, and he's got his little basket with him, and he starts spraying everything down. He's, cleaning up the restroom. And a customer walks in and says, "Oh, you couldn't have found a better job than this?" He goes, "Well, it's not that bad. Someone's got to do it." He goes, "Oh, there's, certain kinds of people that do this." And it just infuriated me. And it's like, You sit there and put this kid down because he's working for a living. He's making a paycheck. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It don't matter if you're cleaning toilets, taking out garbage, or driving a semi-truck. He's still working for a living. He's providing for himself and his family, no matter what you're doing. And he's right. Someone's got to do it, and I appreciate it. When I walk in, to use the restroom, if I walk into a stall and it's nice and clean, I appreciate that. I can't stand that people disrespect the ones that are trying to make our life more comfortable out on the road. It infuriates me. You are totally correct on your last statement. Yeah, we had a lot of statements on that one. Let's see. I was just going to say my left knee is thankful for automatics after years of driving and stop and go traffic with manual transmission. Yep. But again, it's coming from somebody that I used to drive manual. Pee bottles dumped everywhere in truck stops. Yeah, and here's something else that I learned. This was fucking disgusting. Now, I've seen it a bunch of times. I never understood it. But here, let me ask you guys. Let me see how many people know the answer to this. So at a truck stop, and I know I said one more, but see, now I that shit just pisses me off. It really does. But in a truck stop, you go in to use the restroom. There's a water bottle sitting on the floor. Does anybody know why that water bottle is there? Let's see if somebody can come up with the correct answer for that one. I just learned this one a couple of weeks ago, overhearing a conversation about it. And it made sense to me. You want to talk about disgusting? I'll give you guys a few minutes to type out the story behind the water bottle that's sitting on the floor in the stall. This is where I need the Jeopardy theme. Well, they could have actually dumped their piss in the toilet, did they? Nope. Honestly, I had originally thought it was people that were stealing water bottles from the store and they're just going into the bathroom to drink it. But wait. Wait till you hear the answer to this one. So, not a lot of comments on it. Here is the answer to why, when you go into a truck stop bathroom and you see a water bottle on the floor, there is a religion out there where instead of using toilet paper to wipe your ass, there is a certain breed of people who feel that they need to wipe their ass with their hand and they use the water bottle to rinse their hand. And that's why you see the water bottle on the floor in these truck stops. Because there is a large amount of these type of people that are truck drivers. So instead of using the wrap that's on their head, they literally wipe their ass with their hand and use the water bottle to rinse their hand. Yeah. Imagining unlocking that stall while you're in there. Or anything else that they may or may not have touched after the fact. disgusting, isn't it? But this is the shit that we have to deal with out on the road. Mm. Hang on, I gotta approve that message, approve this one. Here we go. No, it's not fucking Canadian drivers. Well, they could have actually, let's see, dude, I'd rather see shit on the wall than see someone drop a bottle in the bathroom. Yeah. Yep. It's unreal. I mean, oh, just disgusting. The things you learn out on the road. But this is why you want to keep a bottle of hand sanitizer with you at all times. That's what, I mean, I wash my hands after all the time, after using the bathroom or whatever. But I mean, even when I walk out of the bathroom, even though I just scrub the shit out of my hands, I'm still grabbing hand sanitizer off the wall. Just crazy. The only bad thing that I will say about Loves is for some reason, and I don't know what it is, and it's every Loves, every single one. I mean, we all know I drink my coffee. I don't know why Loves can't keep up with their products for the coffee. Like, I mean, I don't use a lot. Sugar, half and half, and French vanilla. But every time I go to a Love's, they're out of at least one of them. At least one. Sugar, French vanilla, half and half, they're out of one of them. I don't understand why Love's can't keep up with it. Arabs, Indians, yep. They run the crappiest hotels, too. Well, they don't care. I mean, products of CR England, they know the travel in. If you were trained up in Indiana, I mean, we all know who runs that place. Look what a shithole that is. But yeah, that whole I did a video on that before, and I may end up doing another one, especially now that I've got almost 1,800 subscribers now. I may end up doing another video. I'll start taking pictures of the trash around these places. Just downright disgusting. And, I have seen countless times, these workers out there picking the stuff up out of the parking lot. And just trying to keep the place clean. I'd be pissed. Well, and the thing of it is, only we can change it. It's us that are doing it. Truck drivers, I just, I've never personally witnessed somebody taking a bag and just dropping it out because, like I said, I would go over, grab that bag. I would probably dump it right on the hood of your truck, and then when you got out, I'd probably try to beat the piss out of you. That's how bad this shit pisses me off. My husband said Burns Harbor, Indiana motel was the nastiest and no hot water in his restroom. Yeah, it's horrible. It's, if I had to rate it by stars, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably give it a negative star. It's bad. It really is. I mean, luckily enough, when I was there, I did a little bit of research when I got into it because I am kind of a clean person. And, when I first started truck driving, obviously I went to CR England, and when they sent me the information via email as to where I was going to be staying, a lot of the reviews on there were saying that this place was filled with bed bugs and roaches and everything else. And I called CR England right up, and I said, I'm telling you right now, I even tried convincing CR England to let me take my personal vehicle because I would have slept in my vehicle before I slept in anything like that. And I told England straight out, if I get down there, and I see anything crawling, that we're going to have an issue. And they did a little bit of research, and apparently the place was sprayed and cleaned and blah blah blah. And she even sent it to me in writing that in the event that I found anything crawling, that they would put me up somewhere else. So, but yeah, it's no. YouTuber David H does vlogs about the truck stop filth. Yeah. I did one, like I said, if you go back, one of my first videos. Let me see if I can bring that up. I don't even know if it'll let me go back that far. I did way back in the beginning. Yeah, my third video. It says truckers, and then it says seriously. It was a 7.5 minute video I did on that. And yeah, it's disgusting. And like I said, if I go back out on the road, I'll do some more videos on that, because that needs a lot more attention. It really does. The other thing, you sick fucks, if you're out there with hypodermic needles, you know, these truck stops do have proper places to dispose of that. That's another thing that I'm really sick and tired of looking at. Because I see, and I know personally, you know, a friend of mine who brings their son out with them, you know, their young child. You know, when you see these freaking needles in the parking lots, how many drivers are walking around in flip-flops and sandals, or, you know, something like that? These needles are pierced right into somebody. And now you have no clue where that needle came from. None. You don't know what's on that thing. You know, there's, in every restroom, there's places to put your needles. I mean, it's... You'll lose your lunch at some of these disgusting trash videos and some of the truck stops he's at. Yeah, this is why I've been talking about it the last 10-15 minutes. It's that disgusting. You know, that's a true fact right there. It'll turn your stomach. Well, it's unbelievable. But like I said, maybe we'll do a big series on that, because like I said, that needs a lot more attention. And I mean, if you, like I said, if you see somebody doing that, I mean, even if you don't want to pick a fight with somebody, I get that. I mean, me, I got a hot temper. I have no problems taking the first swing, especially with something like that. But you know, just wait till they go to sleep, pick up the bag, and tie it to their fucking doorknob, or pour it all over the hood of their truck. Put it on their catwalk. Go break their seal off their trailer. Don't do that. You didn't hear that from me. But yeah, certain things just, they set me off. I don't know how people do that. I really don't. It's so disrespectful. You know, like I said, you know, you got these workers that are doing everything that they can to make things more comfortable for us, and yet all we're doing is trashing the place. To me, it's disgusting. But that'll be up and coming. We will do some videos on that for sure. Yes, sirree. All right, guys. We're going to call it a night. I don't know how long this video's been going, but it's been going for quite a while. You know, again, I appreciate everybody's support. I'm happy to, you know that we've helped a couple of people out here in different situations. You know, for those of you that donated, you know, I appreciate, you know, every dime. I really do. YouTube money is going back into the YouTube. For those of you that donate to the channel and whatnot, know that anything that comes from YouTube is going back into the channel. So, the money is for, me to upgrade, camera equipment or the video editing software, stuff like that. I'm not using that money for personal use. So, there's that. I appreciate, the kind words that a lot of you have spoken to me tonight. It really hits home with me. And, again, I appreciate everybody's support. I appreciate, everybody liking this video, getting this pushed out. And, welcome to the family for, the new guys that, have popped in here. For those of you that ended up subscribing tonight, thank you for that. And I'll see you guys soon. Thanks for coming.